Good evening. I'd like to welcome you to tonight's public hearing. Before we get started, please turn off your cell phones or other electronic devices to avoid any interruptions. If anyone present is planning on presenting testimony, please sign the sheet in the back of the hearing room. Anyone who wants an opportunity to speak tonight will have the time to do so. Please step to the podium when it's your turn and make sure you clearly identify yourself for the record before you begin your testimony. We request that you please keep your testimony focused on the relevant issues and facts for each application. Please remember these hearings are to allow for members of the public to speak on issues related to land use applications, not to air grievances about each other or your neighbors. We will not tolerate or allow testimony that is hateful in nature and will stop your testimony if it delves into a statement on the people's character. Today is Wednesday, the 12th of August. The time is 6 o'clock, the time for our public hearing. All three commissioners are present. Mr. Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, sir.
No changes to the agenda? Okay, we have two unfinished business items. I'll accept a motion to remove the unfinished business items from the table.
I move to remove the unfinished business from the table for consideration.
Second.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Is there any further discussion about removing the unfinished business items from the table? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Okay, the first item up of unfinished business is application, I'll open the public hearing on application 202-502508 ZCDA MSP South Beck and Baird. I'm going to ask Christy Inselman, one of our staff, to give us a report, and we'll go from there. Go ahead, Christy.
Give me one moment. Aaliyah. Can we share it from here? There we go. Maybe. Okay. Maybe. Okay. That's a little bit better. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, Christy Inselman, Community Planning Manager. The application before you this evening is 2025-0508-ZC-DA-MSP. The applicant is seeking approval of a zoning ordinance map amendment to rezone the property from rural urban transition to the light industrial M1 district. This also includes a development agreement and a master site plan for heavy equipment sales and service. The property is located at 5275 West Franklin Road and contains approximately 1.9 acres. As you can see from the screen, it's immediately west of Black Cat Road on the south side of Franklin Road. You can also see that there are properties immediately adjacent to it that have already been rezoned to an M1 and are currently industrial type in use. We do know that there is an application pending for annexing property immediately adjacent to the site into the city limits of Meridian. On your screen is a site plan for the property. The applicant is proposing to construct an over 3,000 square foot building and have a yard to hold the heavy equipment sales. They are proposing to fence the property and one access onto Franklin Road, as well as providing multiple parking spaces for the use for the employees and anyone coming to the site. The applicant also submitted an updated landscape plan to show landscaping in the buffer space along Franklin Road, adjacent to a future sidewalk, as well as around the interior of the site. The applicant also submitted, from the time from P&Z till now, they also submitted an updated lighting plan. Both the new landscape and lighting plan are now in conformance with Ada County Code. We did receive some comments from agencies when it was transmitted. The city of Meridian is not opposed to the use. They did request that some conditions be added to the use as part of their approval. They are asking that the use be limited timeline-wise, similar to how we do our contractors' yards or storage, for a span of 5 years, so that gives time for the adjacent property to come into city limits, and then it would make them eligible for annexation in the future when they would come back for reapproval of the use. Meridian Fire said site access and water supply just needs to comply with Idaho Fire Code. Public Work had just stated there's no water service available without annexation. The applicant is proposing to do a septic system that they will need to submit through Central District Health, who also commented, will require approval of the septic system. The Highway District did respond. They are looking for a road trust in lieu of improvements to Franklin Road. So instead of the applicant constructing sidewalk, they do have that segment, that last mile of Franklin Road, planned to be widened to 5 lanes. So the applicant would be providing a road trust in lieu of constructing them themselves, as well as right-of-way dedication for that road widening project. The existing driveways would be closed, and the new driveway location is approved as proposed. The building official responded. They would need a demolition permit for the removal of existing dwelling, which I believe has already occurred or will be occurring soon. And then building permits for the new structure would need to comply with commercial occupancy. And then the Ada County Community and Regional Planners did state that this is in compliance with Ada County's, or I apologize, Meridian's comprehensive plan as adopted. So staff is recommending that the board approve project 2025-0208-ZC-DA-MSP, and I will stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions for our staff? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thanks. You said septic had to be approved. What about water?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Daly, they would have to get approval from IDWR for a well,
Okay, but that,
unless it is existing on the property, which I think the applicant can speak to.
okay, thanks.
All right, any other questions? Okay. Thank you. All right, is the applicant here? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Mike Williams with South Beck and Baird. We're located at 2002 South Vista Avenue here in Boise. You have my PowerPoint,
I
Christie?
am getting that up right
I think you
now.
covered most of it with yours. Go ahead.
Is the clicker not working?
Apparently not.
There you go.
As Christie mentioned, we're requesting a rezone from the RUT to M1, and that's your light industrial district. The RUT designation on this property, typically your RUT zone requires a 5-acre minimum lot size. This is actually a non-conforming lot because it's less than the 5 acres. We're also asking for approval of a master site plan associated with the heavy the heavy equipment sales or service. And you hear heavy sales equipment and service, and you say, well, wait a minute, how big is the equipment? The applicant, what he rents is the power generators that you see used at concerts or used on construction sites. So there's larger units, but it's not like trucks that they're selling off this site. Heavy equipment sales service is an established use. It's recognized in your code as a permitted use within the zone. However, this use does require the approval of a master site plan as part of that. Christie covered the vicinity. There's the aerial, the master site plan, the master landscape plan, and that's actually not the updated one. I sent the updated one into Christie. So currently, across from this site, there's two properties. One of them is owned by D&B Investments, which is a large developer within the valley. There's also residents, and on each side on the east and west. To the west, there's a sliver that comes down from Franklin that's owned by Shoemaker Properties along with the property behind. And then to the east is Butte Fence, which is currently zoned M1, as well as just on the other side of that sliver that provides access to the property behind this property, there's a RV storage area. We are requesting a zoning ordinance amendment. The Planning and Zoning Commission, I believe, unanimously recommended approval. The applicant is agreeable with all the conditions that were identified in their findings from the P and Z Commission, as well as Christie had sent us an additional condition that you're requesting, that she's requesting to be placed on this application. Apparently, when they are looking at the lot closure for this property, your surveyor recognized that it didn't quite close, so she had requested that as added condition that we provide a renewed legal. This has been like this for 40-plus years, but provide a new legal to where it shows the lot closed. And we have to do a survey for a drainage plan anyway, to where we got to shoot topography. So we'll provide that legal. We fully understand that. With that, I would stand for questions.
All right, any questions from the board? Go ahead.
I think you answered the question, my water question, correct?
Oh, and Chairman Beck, Commissioner Daley, I did not. There is an existing well that's currently on the site. We'll probably utilize that until such time as annexation. And then once we request annexation, because that's one of the conditions that is part of this recommended approval, we'll be connecting not only to sewer, but into central water as well. I believe there's a Veolia line in close proximity.
Thank you. Thank you. That was my question, is how soon you would connect up, so thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I understand that there's a potential of having this be a 5-year approval. Is that correct?
And Chairman Beck, that is correct. That City Meridian request that you put a sunset of 5 years. We anticipate before the 5 years, since the property adjacent to the east is currently in an annexation through the City of Meridian, we'll probably be annexing right behind them.
Okay. All right, with no other questions, thank you. And Will, if we have any objections, you'll have a chance to do a rebuttal.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have Michael Cunningham. You going to speak to it, or do you just want to say hi?
No, good.
Robert Zetnix?
I signed up as well, I don't need to speak.
Okay, good enough. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak to this in the audience? Okay, we don't see anybody. Speak up now or forever hold your peace. Okay, nobody's speaking up. All right. Are there any documents or additional items need to be added to the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, if we could add my presentation as Exhibit Number 37 and the applicants as Exhibit Number 38.
Okay, good enough. Well, with that, I will close the hearing on application 20250, 2508 ZCDA MSP South Beck and Baird. Okay, the application is before the board. What say you?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I think it looks like a suitable project for that neighborhood. I like the landscaping and the screening plan, and again, it seems to be fit in with the surrounding businesses on either side, so I'd be inclined to support this.
Okay, go ahead.
Likewise, I think it's the natural evolution for the geography in question, so
Well, you're both favorable. Is there a motion pending?
I move to approve application 202502-508-ZC-DA-MSP based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law and the discussion tonight.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, our next item of unfinished business is And I will open the public hearing again, but it's for a limited basis. It's application 202103209 STE Riley Planning and Service. An application to reopen the public hearing for approval of a board-level time extension to a 21-lot, single-family residential subdivision. The public record will be limited to discussions on drainage, site grading, trail pathway consideration, and Old Pearl Road only. Because we already had an extensive hearing on this once. So if you plan on talking about something other than the items I just mentioned, please limit yourself, because we're not opening the public hearing for the other items. Is there any question from the board on that? Okay, we're going to have Christie give us a report. Go ahead, Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Again, for the record, Christy Inselman, Community Planning Manager. I'm here to present on project number 2021-03209-S-TE-B, a time extension for the Palermo subdivision. The site is located at the terminus of Old Pearl Road, and it contains approximately 117 acres in the Rural Urban Transition District. The preliminary plat was originally approved by the board on March 8, 2023. The applicant was granted administrative time extension that gave them until March of 2026. They have now submitted a board-level time extension seeking approval of 2 additional years to complete construction of internal infrastructure. The time extension was originally heard by the board on May 13th of this year, where the board closed the public hearing and tabled it to their May 16th open business. There were several additional tablings in June, where the board voted on June 23rd to reopen the public record and table the application to this evening's hearing. Mr. Chairman, as you've already stated, the board limited the public hearing items to drainage, site grading, trails, pathway considerations, and Old Pearl Lane only. On the screen is the original plat submitted that originally showed a public road and fire access lane in the general alignment of the Old Pearl Road. The 2 stars show the current connections to Little Lane and the access in the Buckskin subdivision to the south. Since the original approval, modification to the subdivision design, including but not limited to the removal of portions of the originally contemplated public roadway network, incorporation of private roads, installation of private roadway gate, changes to emergency access configuration, and the need to address implementation of the pathway trail easement and corridor contemplated by the original conditional of approval number 34, justify an amendment of the original condition of approval number 34 to clarify the scope, location, and implementation requirements associated with the previously contemplated pathway/trail connection to ensure implementation of that connection as part of the overall project. The pathway connection is an important corridor to maintain connectivity between existing and planned pathway systems within the Eagle Foothills area. At the May hearing, staff recommended an amended condition to provide that clear direction as a pathway was desired in this location. Since that hearing, additional research occurred on Old Pearl Road. Old Pearl has been an established corridor that has historically been used for over 100 years in this location. Old Pearl has been identified on U.S. geological surveys consistently dating back to as early as 1897 through as recent as 2020. Additionally, Old Pearl Road was listed in Road Book 240, page 278, showing the acceptance and purchase of the road by Ada County for a whopping $300. What a bargain. Establishing Old Pearl as public right-of-way. Because the subdivision occupied the central segment of historic Old Pearl Road corridor, preservation of a pathway corridor across the property is necessary to maintain continuity between existing and future public pathway connections. And these on the screen are just some fun excerpts from the historic documents that have been found. A few zoom-ins on the old U.S. geological surveys, as well as my favorite in the right-hand corner, which was some meeting minutes from 1900 where the board needed to do some maintenance on the road. So this screen is just a summary of some public comments that have been received. Some of these were received prior to the original hearing, as well as some new that have been provided. The most recent is from Brittany and Eric Tilden. There are 2 additional exhibits that you were provided, commissioners, this evening that would need to be added into the record. Exhibit number 33, which would be, as those are additional historic documents from newspaper articles as well as the meeting minutes. And then the second item would be a letter and exhibits that were provided by Brittany and Eric Tilden. So the amended conditions are also supported and recommended, provided by county planning staff, Eagle, Ada County Parks and Open Space, Ada County Open Space Parks and Trails Advisory Board. It's a mouthful. The board we see testimony and evidence of the record support the preservation of the historically connected trail and travel corridors within the area, including the historic Old Pearl corridor traversing the subject property. So staff is recommending the following amended conditions on your screen. The first is specific to amending number 10, minor modification to the grading and drainage condition that was originally in the original approval. And then the second is an amended condition with regards to the pedestrian equestrian pathway. And I can leave that up on the screen, or if you'd like, I can read them to you.
What do we like?
I will leave them up for a minute,
All right, leave them up for me.
because I am fumbling my words already, so you might get a very mishmash of what those say.
Okay.
This and Linda. Okay. So staff is recommending that the board approve a 1-year time extension for Palermo subdivision, project number 2021-03209-S-TE-B, to comply with the original conditions of approval as well as the amended conditions on the screen. And I will stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions from our staff? Go ahead.
So if these 2 amendments are approved, because it says, subject to the engineer, et cetera, what exactly will happen if these are approved? To the development and the procedure or the process of continuing the development?
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, so condition of approval number 10 specifically is for grading and drainage. Those are required to be submitted and approved by our engineer, who then throughout the process of construction goes out to inspect, make sure that it's built to our standards, and that the cut and fills, because it's also a hillside development application. So this just continues our authority to go and make sure it is done in accordance with the approved plans.
So I guess my question is,
Yes.
if we did this tonight, would all action stop until the engineer had done this approval process?
I'm going to look at Richard. I don't believe they would stop necessarily.
Well, yeah, Mr.
We
Chairman,
have
Commissioners, I
something.
would anticipate that this condition would require these approvals, if you will, before the board approves the final plat, so they would continue with their site improvements under the entitlement that they have. So I wouldn't necessarily envision improvements stopping.
That was my question. What would be the impact on the developers?
Right.
And that's what you just described. They would continue until the final plat was approved?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that would be my expectation. We may hear from the applicant or developer representative that potentially the condition 34, which you haven't addressed yet, may cause some pause while we identify how that may affect grading that's already taken place. But I would anticipate they can continue to move forward with these conditions as proposed until they reach the final plat.
So that was going to see both of these, 10 and 34. These conditions would mean they could proceed until the final plat were approved. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you. Is the applicant here? Would you like to make a presentation? Again, remember, we're limiting this to the items that we articulated to start out with.
Understood. Derek Kerner, design engineer, 9175 West Black Eagle Drive, Boise.
Steve Barbie, co-developer, 360 East State Street, Eagle, Idaho.
Thank you.
And yeah, Derek here, I was going to talk about timing of plats and what we're asking for as far as extension length of time. Talk about Old Pearl Road and then let Steve wrap up, our position of where we're at with this thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, plat timing, the year's 2026, and plats take a lot longer than they used to. Processing a subdivision, creating a community takes time. Palermo has had many challenges that we've had to work through, and we will see it through. Even a small, simple subdivision anymore takes a lot longer than it used to. 2 or 3 years just isn't enough. Years ago, I never worried about time extensions. Now I feel like I need an intern to just do nothing but track time extensions and expiration dates. So 2 or 3 years is even the simplest and smallest of subdivision. They're going to need to most likely ask for a time extension. So it's a different subject and see about changing code to modern times, but here we are. We probably spent 3 or 4 months just on this one item, this seemingly simple time extension. So when we're asking for 2 years, staff says 1 year. I would love for it to be 2 years because don't underestimate how fast 12 months can just evaporate. Every agency, every step of the way, 6 weeks, boom, gone, 6 weeks, boom, gone, and all of a sudden I thought I had enough time and you don't. So that's my, I'm done talking about time of plats, but our request would be the full 2 years and not just 1 year. We stood here in front of you last time and said, yeah, we can get it done in 12 months. We went back, huddled, and we said, I don't know. I don't know if it's enough because just look at this. Look how long it's taken us to deal with a time extension. So these things just take time. We're prepared. We're ready. We'll walk through the doors and keep solving problems, but it takes time to do it right. Old Pearl Road, what is it? The bottom line, there's not sufficient evidence to call Old Pearl Road a public right-of-way. There's not enough for an engineer or a surveyor to reach out, grab it, and say, this is real, we have to respect it. It's old, it's cool, it's cultural, but there's just not enough real tangible things. There's not things like Ada County Highway District, they control your guys' roadways, and they don't bring up Old Pearl Road, they don't mention it. They don't say, hey, you've got to do something XYZ about this when we're talking about the subdivisions in this area. The street naming committee, we have a street name and it's not called Old Pearl Road. It's approved street name. We called it something else. So at least there was an importance on the name, that is. As far as we could tell, it was a permission from one gentleman to another gentleman to run sheep. That's really all it was. No maintenance, no legal description, no history of maintenance, that is, right? It's a 2-track road, definitely never been graded. No legal description, no center line, no width. And that's it, that's all I'll say. It's just, it doesn't really pertain to the end result of what we're all getting to, but it probably needs to be said that there's just not something real that an engineer or surveyor can reach out and say, Old Pearl Road is definitely public right-of-way and it needs to be respected in that fashion.
And also where Old Pearl Road exits our property to the east, the southeast, that is currently a private street. And that private street, I understand, is bordered by neighbors that do not desire to have public access there. They'd like personal private access, but they do not desire public access. So there's an absence of cohesiveness. Regardless of that, we've agreed to put a common lot in the area from the southeast through, so that should in the future Parks and Rec or the county or other municipalities find a way to create a cohesive public access in this area, we have created the common lot to preserve that optionality for the future. Commissioners, this project has not been dormant. A significant amount of the elapsed time was spent resolving the original well condition, and that process took roughly 2 years. We worked with the county engineer, and we ultimately resolved that issue. And after that 2 years had elapsed, the first 2 years after our entitlements were secured, those 2 years were consumed. Once that issue was resolved, construction began in the development about 60 days later. Not giving us the full time now feels like penalizing us for something that wasn't an issue of our making. We have been working aggressively to develop the subdivision, and we've been working in good faith there. In fact, roads have been graded, power, gas, and fiber have been installed. We began retaining wall construction and paving. We've begun mobilizing for paving. So we're close, but there are the unforeseen issues, like the ones that we're dealing with today, that create uncertainty, which is why we're asking for the 2-year window, so that we know that we have the bandwidth that we need to see this through. There was a drainage issue involving the Tilden family. I believe they're here tonight and maybe speaking. I like the Tilden family. I consider them my neighbors because they are, as are all the neighbors here. And as a quick aside, it is my hope that in time, the neighbors will grow to value what we are building here. We're building a lower density project that I believe reflects the nature of the surrounding area and is superior to higher density things that could be pursued there. So I'm hopeful that in time people will thank me more than despise me. We have been working cooperatively with the Tilden family on the drainage issue. Although there was a lot of factors involved, including record rain and Idaho Power interfering with the silt fence, and a lot of factors came into play. Regardless, and instead of pointing fingers and saying, hey, not our fault, we engaged productively with the Tilden family. I went and visited them personally at their home twice, and I brokered a solution between our contractor and the Tildens to have our contractor remediate the issue under the supervision of the original contractor that they had do the work. The Tildens politely declined and said that they preferred for their own contractor to do the work, which I understand. And as a result, we have been working cooperatively with the Tildens and the insurance process, and that process is currently going through underwriting. So collaboration, good neighborly engagement, I believe are things that are bona fide and real here. There is a proposed drainage condition in the staff's recommendation of approval. We do not have any objection to the proposed drainage condition. Regarding the trail access, we are comfortable with the original condition requiring us to work with Parks and Rec. That's a condition that exists in the original approvals. And we've been working under that condition. We've been working collaboratively and productively with staff and Parks and Rec, as reflected in this exhibit. In our most recent meeting with Parks and Rec, which was just 2 weeks ago, we talked about and identified how through the combined projects of what we're developing in this area, which is Bella Rosa to the north and Palermo, which we're talking about this evening, the combined projects are reflected here. And we have created certain trail access to the south through Triple Ridge. We have created certain trail access from the west through Willow Creek, which is Eagle Road. And we have created certain trail access to the north. And then with Parks and Rec, we've also created a placeholder access to the east, which is reflected in the red circle there with the text. Parks and Rec doesn't know exactly where that trail will align, so we've created a circle area so that there's flexibility of where that could align in the future. But counter to what is sometimes being suggested, we're not trying to cut off access. In fact, the opposite is true. We have provided access to the north, the west, the south, and penciled in, slated in access to the east. And we've created that common lot, which is along Old Pearl Road, to provide optionality for the future. So we've done quite a bit, but we can't agree to the revised trail condition as it's proposed, because in reading it, it appears, and it's vague and it's unclear. So what, in my estimation, what would happen is if that language, if that condition was imposed upon us, we would still try to do the right thing, but it's going to, I believe it's kicking the can down the road, meaning that it sounds good, but we're going to find ourselves in 6 months in a dispute over what does it really mean, and what do we have to do, and what did you really mean here? So we would ask that the commissioners approve the 2-year extension this evening. We're okay with the drainage condition, and we'd ask that the commissioners not impose the new trail condition on us, and instead allow us to continue in good faith as we have been, operating under the existing condition that the commissioners approved in the original entitlements. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission? Go ahead.
Just make sure I understand. You said you don't think there's sufficient evidence on the Old Pearl Road question.
I don't believe so. If the commissioners would like a more comprehensive opinion on that, we do have my co-developer partner, TJ Inksman, is here tonight, as is our attorney. They could probably comment on that better than I could. I do also want to say, forgive me, that if the commissioners are willing to agree to not impose the new trail condition on us, then we're prepared to proceed this evening. However, if the commissioners prefer to have more specificity and want to impose that trail condition on us, what we would suggest and request is that the commissioners table the matter and direct the staff and the developer and the Parks and Rec representatives to continue the conversation that we are already in and finalize a condition of approval that is specific and not vague, and is enforceable and not unenforceable, and will solve problems and not postpone problems. So please either allow us to rely upon the existing condition of approval or table the matter so that we can cooperate with everybody and come back with something that is material and good.
Okay, any other questions?
I guess I'm confused. If you don't agree with the premise of the road issue, then how are you going to come to a resolution?
Because we share the same questions that you have, and the answer is that's what additional dialogue will do, right? So we've requested a meeting with the county staff to explore answers to that question, and due to the procedure, the county staff declined to accept that meeting, and we believe that if the commissioners direct that the county staff and the developer meet with Parks and Rec and we work together, we believe that we can answer those questions.
To add a little context to that, it was almost kind of treated like a blackout period. Everybody held their breath and waited for this day to come to figure out what is the final language that you guys arrived at, and do we like it or not? And the answer is, it's too ambiguous still. Either direct staff to meet with us, which it was almost felt like even on their side, they were like, I can't meet with you until you guys make your decision, because they could be doing something that is in violation of what you are ultimately going to say today, because it was been tabled, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, any other questions?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
so maybe speak to why you feel that specific condition may negatively impact your development project.
For that, I'd like to invite TJ up.
Thank you. TJ Anksman, 3928 West Monticello Street, Eagle, Idaho. I have Louis Spiker with me. He's our counsel for our project. I'll answer your question, though. Chairman Beck, Commissioner Davidson. The big impact on us right now is that we've already installed the power, we've installed the natural gas and all the underground utilities. We've also installed the roadways, and we've even widened them because staff asked us to widen them after we finished them, because they wanted more room for fire trucks, so we did it. And because we're trying to move the subdivision along. But to force us to do a dedicated pathway, this subdivision was developed not under the PUD ordinance, but under the ordinary subdivision ordinance. So we could potentially lose 3 or 4 lots. This is very costly to us to try to squeeze something in after the fact, after we were approved, started construction, completed the grading, completed the joint trench, which is the underground utilities, and now we can't get a meeting to go look at the currently constructed conditions to evaluate how we could make a pathway or a trailway work through here without tearing out completed millions of dollars of completed work. And because we can't get even a meeting on that, it's very hard to even propose a solution today. We knew this, I knew this was going to be coming eventually. That's why I created a common lot there. I want to be able to cooperate, and I did that so the future I could have a discussion and cooperate. But that common lot, all the other things were already built, so this was being done to trying to shoehorn something in to make room for something in the future, because it would be nice if we had reciprocal access between the neighbors and us for the community to be able to access lands to the north. And so once they get comfortable with being part of a community so that they're willing to share and be reciprocal, I think it's going to happen. I will tell you this, I'm not sure I should or not, but you'll never, ever get that public support if you give away the access on my property to those folks, because they're the ones saying no, not me. They're the ones saying no. And if you give them what they're asking, which is to cross my property without having to give us the right to cross theirs, they'll never cooperate. I have the piece that gives you the leverage if you really want the trail.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Based on your, I guess, ongoing discussion with our Parks Board, the request you previously made, do you feel that further collaboration with the Parks Board, you could reach a mutually agreeable condition related to the trails that would satisfy both the Parks Department and the development?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davidson, I do actually think that I've had productive conversations. As a new member of the Parks Board, the director is Kevin. Sorry, I'm escaping his name right now, but he's new to the position since the entitlements were issued. So our first efforts to have discussions didn't get very much traction, but he's been engaged, and he's been willing to meet, and he has met with us when we've asked for calls. So I do believe that I think the solution is probably going to involve ACHD. It's going to involve us, and it's going to involve planning and the parks, because some of this pathway is likely going to need to be on ACHD property. That's why I've been asking to have a meeting on the site, is that because we've already installed the drainage control, the only thing left was culverts. Those are the last thing left of our whole drainage system, that and the final detail on the pond. And so having them on site, they can see what's finished. I had in my mind that it would be a trail like what was there in the past, that what we would be allowing or offering as a gift to the county at some point is a trail, a single track trail like what was there before. It's still remnants of it there. I can show somebody if they come out where the trail was and how wide it was, and it was about as wide as this lectern. And that works really well with what we've constructed, and it would not require us to deed parcels of land that we need to keep 5-acre minimums in our subdivision. The only other outcome I can think of would be if we had a settlement term that allowed it to convert to a PUD instead of being a standard subdivision, so that then the common areas and such, like the trail would be on, wouldn't cause us to lose lots. That's been my big opposition, though, is that just to have Darrett put the common area strip in, so we had to reconfigure 14 of the 21 lot boundaries to move area over there to create enough area just for that little strip. And even then, we're down to 5.01 acres on those lots. Like, there's nothing left to offer. And we robbed from other lots to do it. And so there's nothing left. But if there was a way to have a mediation or a compromise that could get approved to convert to a PUD, I could see where we could accommodate something much more, much better.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So the trail you're talking about, I'm confused between the trail and Old Pearl Road. So you've already stated that Old Pearl Road you don't believe is substantiated. So is that the trail you're talking about?
I might jump in there. I think whether or not Old Pearl Road is legitimate or its history is kind of irrelevant, because I think we're coming all to the same end of the rainbow, which is we're going to preserve public access through here. So that's what, and we definitely want to.
Let me answer this
Go ahead.
question. Can I, Chairman Beck, Commissioner Daley, what we're saying is, this isn't the proceeding. There's like 3 floors up is the room where you go and find out who owns what property. This is a zoning, it's not a place for a quiet title action. If you guys own some of our property and have for 100 years, since what's been suggested in the submission is that this was a public road before statehood, which means we need to be applying the territorial laws of Idaho to see if there was a valid road created. I don't know. I know my title company says it wasn't created, and I have a title policy that says there's no road, right? But I don't know what the facts are. I know that on the record before us, and we do object to the late filed evidence, because it was, we're talking about a dozen pages, single spaced. I haven't read any of it yet. It was handed to me after the hearing started. So we do object to that, but I don't think that I saw a survey in here that says how wide it is. We don't know if it's 10 feet wide or 50. If there's an actual road there, we would use it. We would love to have a road there, right? Because we could come in from that direction with rock trucks and supplies and other things. It would be useful. But from what we can tell, looking at the record, and the reason I submitted public record requests before the hearing was to see if there was actually evidence that there's a road. Because if there's a road, that has to be dealt with now, because you guys have created a cloud on our title through public hearings, making a claim that you own some of our property without telling us how wide it is, how long it is, where does it turn here and turn there. If you own it, you own it. We can't adversely possess it against the government. It's yours. So, it's just that asserting that in a zoning hearing is the wrong place. I put in my brief the exact 5 ways you can make this claim, and there's actually an Idaho code that says exactly how to conduct a hearing to determine whether an old road is public or not. But all of the ways that you prove it require an easement or a legal description. Nobody's provided us that. We don't know how big it is. We don't know how wide it is. We don't know where it goes. They keep talking about the terminus, by the way. Think about that for a minute. That means that's the end of Pearl Road. Terminus means the end of the road. So if there's paperwork that says this is the terminus, it's the end of the road, not the beginning. So I don't know if it's the terminus or not. I know on this record there's not enough evidence for anyone to conclude whether it's public or private, and I don't know the actual answer. I just know my title company says it's mine and not yours. But,
Any other questions? All right. I do have a question. I understand there's an easement across there. Is that correct?
Chairman Beck, there's probably like 6 or 7 easements noted on our title policy. There's one that's noted as an easement, but we're the owners of it. So I'm not sure which one you're talking about. The grazing easement that Highland Land Company owned, we own that easement. That we acquired the property from Highland Land company. So the easements that are noted of record in the favor of Highland Land Company are owned by us now, if that's what you're referring to.
I just thought there was an easement you mentioned too.
Oh, there's a grading, okay, or there's a shepherding easement. It's really what you call a easement in gross. It's just permission. It's not, doesn't attach to any land. It's just a document that says that we're gonna let the sheep herder continue to go. And we have continued to allow him all the time we've owned the property, about 6 years now, between Steve and me. We've allowed him to use it every year.
And I guess you'll continue to do that.
That's it, yeah, we plan to continue.
All right, any other questions? I don't have any questions. Okay, all right, well, thank you then. Okay, Timothy Roots? Excuse me, go ahead.
I've got a few figures here that I think Christie will bring up for us.
I apologize, it takes me a minute. I only have to click about 20 buttons, we'll get there.
All right, excellent. So good evening, Commissioners. My name is Timothy Ruth. My family and I live at 2323 East Buckskin Court in the Buckskin subdivision in unincorporated Eagle. It's a 14-household subdivision immediately south of the Palermo development. I also serve as treasurer of the Buckskin HOA. On behalf of my family, I'm here tonight regarding the requested extension, and hopefully some of these figures will clarify some of the statements that have been made tonight by many. First, I want to be clear that we're not opposed to development. Our request tonight is simply that as the applicant moves forward, the county also protect a recorded neighborhood access point that has existed for decades, was clearly contemplated throughout Palermo's approval process, and provides critical access to the Ada County public right-of-way known as Old Pearl Road. I've testified to you in the past, but please allow me to provide a brief contextual reminder. So we can go to figure 1. The image here shows the recorded Buckskin subdivision plat from 1990, including the equestrian and pedestrian easement approved by Ada County in red highlight. The Palermo subdivision is to the north. For more than 30 years, residents of Buckskin, including families like mine with young children, have used this easement to access Old Pearl Road, the surrounding land, and the foothills beyond. Next figure. When the Palermo subdivision was originally proposed and approved, the submitted plat acknowledged this connection by showing a trail alignment highlighted in red, extending northward from the Buckskin access point. The plans for the Palermo development have significantly changed since this plat was approved, including the addition of private roads and gates that would block Buckskin access. Figure 3. The leftmost image shows how the Buckskin easement in red has historically connected to Old Pearl Road. And you can see Old Pearl Road is a well-established 2-lane road, not a small path. Since November 2025, this access has been unusable for its intended connection to the public right-of-way. The grading process remains largely unchanged from May 2026 image on the right, and we would like to ensure Buckskin access to Old Pearl Road is ultimately restored. The image on the right is very similar to how it looks today. There's been very little work. Last slide, please. We believe that staff's recommended change to condition number 34 is well articulated and is intended to ensure connectivity with the Buckskin easement. However, unless further clarified, the path alignment that will replace Old Pearl Road may not actually be required to connect to the Buckskin access point. Therefore, to avoid ambiguity and further time-consuming debate, we ask you adopt staff's recommendation to condition 34 as written, but explicitly add the clarifying statement that one of the pathway access points shall include the northmost terminus of the Buckskin pedestrian equestrian easement as recorded on the Buckskin subdivision plat. This provides the intended outcome, ensuring continued access to Old Pearl Road from the Buckskin access point approved by the commissioners in 1990, while still providing the applicant with significant flexibility on how to comply. This request also aligns with other recommendations provided by other entities. My family and I are not asking to stop development. We're simply asking the county to ensure that decades-old access point on a public right-of-way that has existed for over a century is not lost during this development process. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Got any questions for Mr. Roots?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Have you discussed this in person with the developers?
Yeah, Commissioner, we have met initially with the developers. There was some early conversation about an access agreement. The nature of that access agreement had terms in it that our community and ourselves cannot support, and frankly might not even be possible with the CCNRs that we have in place for our community. Since that initial conversation, things have effectively broken down, and the communication between us and the developer has been very difficult. All we really want to do is maintain the status quo as things get developed here, and I'm open to engaging on that topic 100%.
And what were the conditions they offered that your HOA was opposed to?
Yeah, so there are a couple of them. One of the biggest ones is a requirement that we allow access through the easement that is platted and gated and private on our property. And part of the reason for concern there is our community was never set up for a public access path through there. There's no sidewalks in our community, there's no parking areas, there's gates on both sides, it adjoins, neighbors very closely. So that was going to be a very difficult thing to work through to open that up to them. We liken this much to how the Greenbelt works, right? There's private communities all along the Greenbelt that have gates and access to that public right-of-way. That's how this community has operated with Old Pearl Road since my time there, and clearly since the plat was formed when that equestrian and pedestrian easement was put in.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Abigail Germain?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, Abby Germain with Elam and Burke, 251 East Front Street, Boise, Idaho, 83702. I'm here on behalf of my client, Mitch Daher, who is an adjacent property owner to the proposed subdivision. I'll be very brief. I did not really intend to speak this evening on this item. I am more interested in the private road application that has been continued or will be continued until September 9th. However, I do want to just briefly address the comment by Commissioner Daley related to condition number 10. I think it is a very astute and important question as to what that condition does. It does not halt the development that's currently occurring on the property. And as we have heard, there are multiple issues that need to be worked out before we can feel confident that this project will be developed appropriately, both related to pathways, grading, and drainage issues. So we would ask commissioners respectfully that you deny the request for extension. This project is not ready to be built and to be moved forward, and we believe that the applicant has had ample opportunity to work through these issues and has not done so. So again, we would respectfully request that you deny the time extension that's been requested. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Brittany Tilden?
Good evening, Commissioners. My family and business reside at 3945 North Brookside Lane. I stood before you in May because of the Palermo Development's failed stormwater controls that flooded our property. I'm back tonight requesting accountability and protection for my family, business, and community. To recap briefly, the developer disturbed large areas of ground without maintaining adequate SWIP protections outlined by IDEQ and county staff. During the April storms, the infiltration pond failed, sending water, silt, debris onto our property. That was not an act of nature, it was a failure of stormwater management and oversight. 3 months later, our drainage system is still destroyed. Our land is still eroded and unusable. We've received no repair, no remediation, and no compensation. To quickly address Mr. Barbie's comment, that the declination for use of their contractor Capital Paving came firmly after meeting with Capital Paving and Steve on our property and walking the areas of damage. We operate a high-performance hunter-jumper equestrian business with an arena that was engineered with world-class footing, drainage, and material that was brought over from Germany. The foreman that attended, who was presented as their expert, admittedly stated he had never been involved with a project of this caliber. Our contractor's initial quote of $90,000 does not fully cover the damages, nor does it account for 4 months in loss of use to our business. We are not here to ask you to be involved in our unwarranted legal dispute, but demand you oversee responsible development. We've yet to be provided updated safeguards, nor any findings from an independent investigation to validate Palermo's actionable protections. IDEQ documented rills on nearly every slope, unprotected soil stockpiles, and erosion on the roadway during their investigation. We've yet to see a county-approved statement indicating any of these items have been addressed. To again reiterate, we are not opposed to responsible development, but 3 months of inaction prove that compliance on paper means nothing without enforcement. We are respectfully asking the county again to perform the following: an independent investigation to ensure that additional land disturbance and development will adequately protect this community and share this publicly. Hold the developer fully financially responsible before any further permitting, in addition to financial assurances that their work can be completed. To reevaluate inspection and enforce, including regular compliance reporting, so other families are not left in our position. And to give us a clear timeline for when these actions will occur. No property owner should fear rainfall because safeguards were ignored, and no one should have to return to this podium a second time asking for accountability that was never delivered. We acknowledge development is inevitable. We simply ask that as a board, you protect the community you are serving and enforce these safeguards. We also ask that you pause and thoughtfully consider if this developer should be granted an extension despite their failed track record for responsibly caring for this land and this community.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you. Eric Tilden.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Eric Tilden. My wife Brittany and I own the property at 3945 North Brookside Lane, immediately down gradient from the Palermo development. I want to begin with the most important fact before you tonight. Ada County's approval for Palermo requires that all drainage shall be retained on-site during and after construction so as not to negatively impact adjacent properties. And those conditions must be complied with at all times, or the approval may be revoked. On April 13th, 2026, that did not happen. After a stormwater catchment pond failed, stormwater and sediment came onto our property, our fields were flooded, our French drain system for our arena was buried and rendered useless, and portions of our land remain unusable. I'm a career wildland firefighter. I was home that day and able to act quickly to reduce the damage. Had I been away on a fire assignment, the damage would have been much worse. I am here tonight after pulling myself off the fire line because this issue becomes that important to my family. A few days later, when I explained to Mr. Anksman that we would be hiring a contractor to assess the repairs, he told me, "That's not my problem." That made it clear to us that we could not rely on informal assurances. We recognize that April 26 was unusually wet. We are not disputing that. But growing up in Idaho, and since moving to our home in 2019, we have lived through other major storms without seeing this kind of runoff from the hillside above us. For example, April 4th and 5th of 2024, a 2-day storm dropped approximately 2.14 inches. That was more rain over 2 days than fell on April 12th and 13th this year. Yet we did not experience flooding from the hillside above. From our perspective, the important change was not simply the rain. It was the grading, drainage, and construction above our property. DEQ later documented erosion, sediment impacts, and other deficiencies. We understand that our damages may ultimately be a private matter, but compliance with Ada County's conditions is not. We have spent months providing documents, making phone calls, and trying to get this resolved. Meanwhile, our property remains damaged, and now Palermo is asking for 2 more years. We're not opposed to responsible development. We are asking one simple question. Before granting another 2 years, What assurance do we have that this will not happen again? Sorry, I lost my place here.
Yeah, if you could wrap it up.
Yep, I will. I spent my career protecting others' families, homes, and property. Tonight, I'm asking the county to help protect mine. And with respect to the commentary for the trail system, the neighbors of Little Lane, which we live on, have privately met to discuss a trail with Kevin Costa. However, have never been approached by the developers to have a meeting to discuss the reciprocal access. Neighbors have been utilizing Old Pearl for decades. Thanks.
Question? Okay, thank you. Gary Buntigen.
Got a handout that I mentioned in the report. You don't have 3 minutes. Can I give this to you? Can you hand this out to people?
This, give me 2 seconds.
She has this in hers, so maybe don't do. Which is not yet.
Correct. So if you're wanting to provide it to them, make the request next time. They can make the decision.
Got it. We're ready.
The caucus is over with. Go ahead, Gary.
My glasses. Good evening, Commissioners and staff. I'm Gary Benkin, Bernadette's husband and co-owner of Lot 13, whose address is 4130 North Sage Hill Lane, which is immediately adjacent to Palermo's intended entrance road and retaining wall. By the way, if anybody ever wants to chat with me, I can be reached at 208-724-2222. I've spent nearly 50 years and counting as a commercial real estate broker, 34 of which were here in the Treasure Valley. Over the years, I've watched a lot of projects get developed, but this project is unique to Bernadette and me, as I will explain. I would like to tell you what we've watched from our own property because it goes directly to the grading and drainage you're taking comments on tonight, okay? As Steve Jobs used to say, you've got to trust in something and I trust my gut. Well, my gut was giving me fits last week, so Bernadette and I rolled up our sleeves and did extensive research. Among other things, our research showed that a portion of the proposed retaining wall was to be built on our property. As a result, on Thursday, August 6th, we served the developer with formal written notice of such and CC'd ACHD. Nonetheless, on Friday, August 7th, excavators and grading machines worked the road and the wall corridor all day. A neighbor photographed it, and those photos carry timestamps from the camera itself and are being submitted tonight. They show trenching and structural work within feet of workers, dust rolling off the site with no dust control. The 3 permits located in the site's own document box were for concrete, asphalt, and striping. But the 3 companies that were out there digging were none of these 3 companies. Then just this past Monday, August 10th, ACHD rescinded everything in a letter to the developer, and I have copies of the letters that Christie said I could hand to you if you wanted them.
You have letters you want to submit for the record?
Yes.
Okay, that'd be fine, just submit them.
Attorney? Commissioner Daigle? This is the CHD letter, which I'm alluding to. You want one? No. I've got one. Now I gotta see where I was. Then just this past Monday, August 10th, ACHD rescinded everything in a letter to the developer, and here is the copy of the letter. Bluntly put, as you will see in the letter, ACHD did not merely stop work on the retaining wall, it withdrew three things. One, the project's ACHD plan acceptance. Two, its stamp on the civil plans. And three, all three listed right-of-ways. In my experience, extensive business career, I have never seen a highway district pull every approval on a project mid-construction. That is how far off the rails this grading operating has gotten. Regarding drainage, the retaining wall that holds up this road is drawn with drain outfalls that grade to light, meaning they discharge downhill, pointed at our property in soils the developer's own engineer says it can collapse when it gets wet. Our home is what's downhill. We are not against development. We are against a road, including a retaining wall, being built on land this developer does not own. In this case, our land. Please don't extend the clock on the current plan that ACHD itself has now declared infeasible. I respectfully ask you to deny the extension or hold it until this project can show you a design that fits on its own land. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? No, thank you. Bernadette?
Does this clicker work?
It does, but it's on my presentation. Do you have?
I have a presentation that I submitted earlier through email.
You have?
A PowerPoint? Yes. That I've already submitted.
Oh, you wanted, I thought you were just giving us a copy. I didn't know you wanted us to look it up for.
No, Britt said he would do that.
Huh?
Britt said he would do that.
For tomorrow's presentation, maybe?
Oh, I thought it was for tonight.
No.
I mean, I wanted it for
No,
both.
you're okay. It may take just a minute to get it loaded up, because I don't believe I put it on. Oh, actually, maybe I do have it in here. Hold on one second. I may have lied. Yes, I do. Apologies. Okay. Is this the one you're speaking of?
Yes.
Okay.
And am I able to move it forward, or do I need to tell you?
Clicker this way, when you use it, it'll, it should work.
Okay. And I do have copies of the slide presentation.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Bernadette Benkin. My address is 4130 North Sage Hill Lane. I own Lot 13 in the Triple Ridge subdivision. That's directly downhill from the Trinity Court entry road, which requires a retaining wall. I have about 15 slides in 3 minutes, so I'm going to move quickly. I've given the clerk hard copies of every slide and exhibits, so nothing is lost, and I'll ask that any questions be held till the end.
Other way.
Oh. Oops. Four facts, all from the public record. The accepted plans put the lower wall on our land, the toe at 29 to 31 feet from center line. The developer's land land ends at 25 feet. Their own stability analysis needs a 25-foot buffer in addition to go onto our property. There is no easement that exists for this to occur, and we will not grant an easement. The excavation has already begun, and this is a serious problem. We now have a huge hole where if it rains, I don't know, it's going to be exactly what happened to the people that already have spoken here. And they have not provided, pursuant to Idaho Code Section 55309, the required notice to a property owner adjacent to an excavation. This shows the cross-section. The blue area is their property. Starting in the yellow is our property. The entire lower retaining wall is on our property with the footing. And this is why Ada County Highway District has pulled all permits. This was supposed to be taken care of back in 2024. This shows the owner of the easement and the deeds. I can go into more detail, but given the time, I'll go forward. The developer's own engineer admits that the neighbor property for grading, the neighbor's property that we do not have permission to grade on, the acceptable wall plans and their own drawing, this is their own drawing, shows how it has encroached on our property, and this was provided to Ada County Highway District. The county engineer in writing says no one can encumber a neighbor's land without permission. The easement conditions stand unmet, and this has been since February 2024.
Okay, Bernadette, if you could wrap it up.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
will.
We've
So
got
here's the
We've got the
letter.
documents here.
Oh, this goes directly to one of the points. They are not being honest with you. Their own developer, TJ, said that the public, the comparison, that Ada County had already issued a permit for the retaining wall. That's false. Ada County provided an easement that we never saw and was never presented to us by the developer. I made a formal notice and demand on August 6th to the developer. They have not responded to any of my requests. And on August 10th, 2026, Ada County Highway District rescinded everything. This is very, very unusual. Their own words in that letter say that this road, the access road that goes into Palermo, is not feasible. So on that note, they've had since 2024 to deal with this. Their extension should be denied.
Okay.
And if you have any
from the board?
questions.
Okay, thank you. Nicole Ford?
Hi, good evening. I'm Nicole Ford. I live at 3443 North Triple Ridge Place in Eagle. That's a road directly connected to these two developments. So among my major concerns and other neighbors, that isn't appropriate to talk about tonight, but since drainage is, I thought it might be important to raise a situation I had with the two developers, Mr. Barbie and Mr. Ekman, back on April 8th, I believe it is. I'm actually the president of our HOA, and for some reason, after trying to get in touch with another board member on our irrigation board part, he was directed to me, and I have some text messages as well as a phone message trying to get connection into our Triple Ridge Estate irrigation. So with drainage problems that I'm hearing of tonight, I'm not sure if they would have even been able to handle something like that. But regardless, my experience with them was less than appropriate with in fact, I actually thought it was a phishing scam that we've all heard of, these scams, people getting called, propositioned in these different ways. So I was actually really leery of it. And I could go into more detail, but I do have, like I said, written, verbal, voicemail and text stream. But I just thought it'd be appropriate to understand, just after what everybody said, I've also experienced as the president of our HOA, just not very upfront. And I thought it would be
If you
important
could
to
keep your
say.
comments to the relevant issues, the drainage.
Well, just with the drainage, and that's it. That's my only comment.
Okay, all
Okay,
right.
thank
Any
you very much.
questions? All right, thank you. And Angelou Howell?
I agree with what people have said. I don't.
Oh, okay, fine. Karen K. Taylor?
I oppose as well, but I'm not speaking.
Okay, thank you. Greg Buchanan?
I need to decline to speak as well.
Okay, thank you. Pat Bottle?
No, I'm not going to speak.
Okay, thank you. Nancy Chigaros? Chigaros, I got it close.
I knew it.
Thank you, Nancy.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm speaking only because I have a couple things to say that haven't been covered. My name is Nancy Shigaris, and I live at 4060 North Star Vista Lane in Eagle, about 300 to 500 yards away from where Palermo is going to be. I am respectfully asking you to not look at this development as an isolated 21-house subdivision, but as another development that's adding traffic and emergency access demands to an already constrained roadway system. For the immediate neighbors, this is not simply about seeing another 21 additional houses. We are not opposed to development. We are asking for responsible development. It means additional residents, vehicles, visitors, deliveries, construction traffic, emergency vehicles, using roads that are already serve existing neighborhoods and other significant development.
Remember, we have a limited scope for this hearing tonight.
I understand that, and it's going to tie back to the slope and the drainage and everything.
thank
So, but there needs to be something understood about this. The neighboring Bella Rosa development was projected to generate approximately 1,064 vehicle trips every day and 109 vehicle trips during peak hour. The roads, as they are stated in the current development, will not handle that traffic. If in fact the developer goes back to fix that problem in a hillside development,
Traffic's is not a topic for this discussion.
but the resulting need to develop more roads or disrupt more hillside affects the drainage and the slope and the grading. And additional drainage, slope, and grading don't work in isolation. They impact everything else. And hear me out for a minute. Last year, there was a fire started by my neighbor in Star Vista Lane. We stood on the street, watching it get closer and closer to the house. And let's just say it's not for the faint of heart. In fact, it burned, the wind changed, it burned toward 55, and it would have burned the entire Palermo subdivision. It went over the entire property. So my point is, it appears that the developer is not taking into consideration what he's going to have to do in a hillside development to make this work. It's never asked for feedback. It's never allowed comments. And in the end, this is just not right. It doesn't follow either the Ada County Comprehensive Plan or the City of Eagles Comprehensive Plan. The foothills are near and dear to everybody's heart, and we ask respectfully that you deny their extension. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. James Totten Jr.,
I'm here, but I'm not speaking.
thank you. Gary Sermon,
I'm applying, a lot of it has already been discussed.
thank you. Chris Casanamo, okay, there you go. And, go ahead, Chris.
Thank you. I live at 4334 Sage Hill Road, and my property is adjacent to the entrance and their property up there for Palermo. I'll keep it strictly to the drainage. I'm looking at a 25-foot deep, 40-foot wide gouge in the hill parallel to my driveway with the stone wall. Like they said, all the permits got pulled, so they can't do anything with that road right now. Thunderstorms are pretty common up here in Idaho in the summertime. If we get a good rainstorm, that is going to be one hellacious erosion problem. And I'm concerned that it's going to affect my wall, my driveway. So that needs to be remediated because I don't see any future plans to let them build that road. So that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Hey, does Winona wish to speak?
You just
think
said
so.
it for me. I do have a picture of that area if you would like it. You didn't get to see it in Bernadette's.
Well, it's up to you. If you want to submit it for the record, that'd be fine.
So, this is our driveway's up here. There it is.
Description, I'll take this over there.
All right, my name is Winona Lawrence. I live at 4334 North Sage Hill Lane. And over the past 2 weeks, I have been actively moving into my new home. So I've been making a lot of trips up and down my driveway, much to the disgust of Steve Barbie. So I could comment on that further, but I'm just going to let that drop for right now. I have a picture in front of me that I'm going to give to you that shows the retaining wall and my driveway. From the retaining wall to the right-of-way boundary, there is 11 to 12 feet, and on that boundary line, there is also the buried gas line. So there can't be any further excavation back towards our retaining wall. But like my husband said, one good rain, and we could have a serious washout of the sandy soil. I don't know if you all remember that big rain we had back in, I believe it was 2024. We lost a large section of our wall before the road was paved. And then I had to listen to the contractors bicker over whose responsibility it was, whether it was engineered poorly or what had happened. Either way, I know these things have to be taken care of in a timely manner. They have to be done right, and the right retaining wall and engineering needs to be in place. Now that we have a stall and that big gouge, I am seriously concerned about being stranded in my own home, being denied emergency access if I need it. So I can just tell you, even though I'm a very healthy person, last week when I was measuring cabinets, I took a stumble, I took a fall. I ended up on the floor for about a half an hour before I could even get up. So accidents happen. If my driveway is disturbed and I can't have emergency access up to my residence, that's going to be a problem. So I'm going to turn over the picture to you. If you have any questions, I'll have her here for just a minute in case you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just need it back at the end.
Okay. All right, is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Because this is all I have on the sign-up sheet. Okay, we have a gentleman coming forward. I guess you wish to speak.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, good enough. Give us your name and address.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Jim McMahon. I live at 4298 North Triple Ridge Place.
Okay.
I may not seem to be affected by this, but my realities is that I am, because I'm one of the neighbors of all of these folks who've been here to talk to you today, including the folks on either side, not just the folks on Triple Ridge in that particular area. Now, I'm not against development. I have a house that I bought that 30 years ago, some developer stood in front of a group just like you and said, we want to build houses. I recognize that's going to happen. But I'm also in favor of having reasonable development done by people who know what they're doing and are not trying to take and play, hide the music wherever they can. And I really believe that that's what's happening. Now, excuse me for a moment. I'm a former law enforcement officer. I used to send people to prison for lying, cheating, and stealing, and I'm not alleging any of that's taking place, but there's a certain amount of stuff that has not been fully provided here. And
Yeah,
my
you have
concern
something
is,
on the
I
limited.
certainly do. If you'll
Okay.
give me a second, I'll get there. I actually was up on the precipice where my neighbors are looking out at this gorge. As a former traffic guy, I have some idea about how roads are built. The one that they're putting in there, you're going to have a massive engine to climb out of the hillside. It's not properly scaled, it's not certainly set around properly, and the drainage for that, you can see already, they've dropped a lot of scrabble in to try and hold it in place because they're expecting rains in the next few days anyway. These guys knew that they had a problem because they tried to buy one of my neighbor's driveway so they could extend their road because they knew they couldn't possibly get it wedged in the way they're doing it, how they're representing it to you now. So this idea that, hey, we need a couple more years, no. These are guys, I'm sorry, they're spending lots of millions of dollars, but I own a property that I'd like to keep, and I'm not especially interested in having people having to be rescued on the other side of the hill because they built roadways and didn't put in proper drainage sets. You'll hear from me again tomorrow night on more specific things here, but I actively ask you to please deny their application. This is not a group that seems to know what they're doing, and they certainly aren't doing it well.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Before we allow the developer to take a few minutes for a rebuttal. I don't see anybody else that wishes to speak, so go ahead, the applicant. Okay, you'll have 7 minutes to give us your rebuttal.
Introductions again, Derek Kerner, 9175 West Black Eagle Drive,
Sure.
Boise.
Louis Spiker, 9201 West State in Boise.
Steve Barbie, 360 East State Street, Eagle.
TJ Anksman, 3928 West Monticello, Eagle.
Okay. Go ahead.
Commissioner Beck, initially I would like to object to the inclusion of any of the late submitted evidence that is outside the scope of why this hearing was opened. You know, we're here to deal with the drainage condition, the proposed amendment to condition number 10, which includes the site grading, and then the trail pathway issues, and what's been already discussed about Old Pearl Road. The concerns that were raised by the Buttigians and what was relayed to ACHD is a misunderstanding of where the center line of the proposed street or road will be in relation to the 50-foot owned property. And it ignores the easements that already exist that are 25 feet on each side of that. There's also a refusal to acknowledge that Idaho Code Section 55309 has always conditioned a neighboring property owner's right to excavate on ordinary care and skill, and that they have to take reasonable precautions. So to say that you can't use any of the property on the downhill side, there's already an obligation that exists, whether the retaining wall is here or not. I would like the project engineer to speak to more of the issue of where the actual retaining wall was approved to be located.
Yes, so retaining wall is completely on our property. There is an issue with the drainage pipe, so Buttigians are correct. We've got to deal with that. That is a typical detail where it shows a drainage pipe sticking out from a wall, and it's like, yeah, we can't put that on our property. We're gonna have to figure out something else with that. And we've got like 3 different solutions for that one. But the wall, the first wall is completely on our property. And then the second tier wall is, of course, even further onto our property. So just, clearing that up. And anything else you wanted me to clarify on that? Because it's an ongoing, this issue hit us like this week, right? So they get the emergency phone call from the contractor. Oh, hey, what's going on? It's like, hey, chill out. Give us a week. We'll talk to you this coming Monday. We'll go to work and we'll explain and coordinate with ACHD. Because it is very strange that they approve plans and then they rescind them because they were confused on easements. So it is, in fact, feasible. We got multiple solutions, tiered solutions, really. Lots of ideas. That's what we do. We problem solve all the way to the end, and we'll see it through. Correct. TJ is saying that we have a county building permit. We've got an ACHD permit. They reacted and pulled their approval of the civil plans, and the wall are all in one, right? So there's just one approval for the civil plans.
The other item that I think is important to address here is when we're talking about drainage pipes on the retention wall. This is not part of the stormwater retention, the stormwater drainage. It has a vertical curb that captures all of the drainage that goes into the subdivision's system, and it's not anything that's going to flow down. These are simply relief pipes for groundwater that the engineers frankly think will never have water in them. And the plans show them going over slightly. It's just the extension of a pipe on there. It's a drafting error with regard to that. I do think that it is important that with the issue of the Old Pearl Road, that allowing, if the commission is simply not willing to use what was previously approved, when all of these issues were already there in 2023, 2021, when these were already there, it was approved, there was direction to go and meet with Parks and Rec, which is what has occurred. But to try and shoehorn a solution in when we get additional information on the same day, when we don't know what the proposed finding is going to be until very shortly before, it is frankly not workable. We would ask that if that is the situation, that this be tabled and allow the parties to continue to work together to bring a joint resolution that can address all of those issues. But when you look, one thing that I think is important, when you look at the county's GIS map, there's no right-of-way shown for Old Pearl Road on that map. But yet you're saying that it's a public right-of-way that was purchased by the county in the staff report. It is something that has to be addressed and is not ripe for an adjudication that the county owns that right-of-way.
Anything else? So Buckskin, no formal permission or access. So, the gentleman showed the Buckskin HOA access. It's basically, they can come our way, but we can't come there. So it's basically the arrangement, so maintaining the status quo. So there's also, our common lot that we have does align right there, just as they want, right? There's no spite strip or anything like that, so there's really no conflict there. I'm supposed to say, has been, that's what I meant by that, no, thank you. No formal permission. They trespassing is the technical term, right? There's nothing, people have been using that land, but it's not necessarily anything in writing or nothing formal. The Tildens, okay, so we got, during construction, we got hit with a really big rain event. God controls the weather, we do not. So it was a lot of rain, and we weren't prepared for it, even though we did have all of our BMPs in place. We have a SWIP, we have all the BMPs in place, but they got overwhelmed. So it's the worst time to get hit. You're middle of construction, and you don't have all your culverts in and your swales where everything's supposed to go. So all the water just kind of goes where it wants to, and it created quite the mess. But to give everybody confidence, we reacted quickly. We were out there the next day seeing what the heck is going on, and implemented more BMPs. And even since then, we've done a temporary pond. It's massive. It hasn't seen any water. And then now the pond that failed, everyone says failed, it's been excavated to its ultimate depth, and it's 3 times larger than what it used to be. So it's like, thank you, contractor, that's the design grades. That's how big that thing's supposed to be. So And we've had several rain events, and it's been much more successful. We've got several of the permanent swales in place, and to see them work, it's been satisfying, so. No objection, condition number 10. Yep, we repeated that. We're okay with that. Addition temporary pond body. Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay, anything else?
No, Commissioner Beck, I certainly stand for any questions.
You have any questions? Ward, you have any questions? Go ahead.
Sure. So can you talk about why it's taking so long, what the issues are to address the previous damage on the neighbor's property from the unexpected rainstorm?
Chairman Beck, Commissioner Davidson. As you may know, when you want your insurance company to move quickly, they don't. We have 2 layers of insurance. We maintain our own insurance, and we require our contractors to also assign coverage to us under their own policies. So Mr. Tilden has made a claim, and his claim is being underwritten and being processed. I don't know how long that takes. He didn't have to file a lawsuit. They're working with him, right? I don't think it's going to take forever, but it could take another month or 2. But I'm just guessing, just telling you that based upon my experience with insurance. So.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I mean, is there anything that your team can do to fix anything, even while you're waiting for insurance to sort of settle this out? Or I don't really, I'm trying to visualize what actually the condition or the damage is. So.
Commissioner Beck, or Chairman Beck, Commissioner Davidson, I think that the damage is, that's being claimed is that there's a stormwater, that they have their own stormwater system, and that because all the silt that they're saying went onto their property filled their stormwater system with silt. And so what they're claiming is that it needs to be torn out and redone. And I think that the reason that potentially has taken a little longer than it might otherwise take is that on the night that in question, Mr. Tilden contacted me, and so I have a little information from him. He contacted me and told me that Idaho Power had come in and cut the silt fence that's supposed to block the water and hold it so that silt can collect behind it and water can overtop it so that the silt can stay behind because it's heavier, but the water can continue because it's a big storm. And so he called me, so I instantly called over to Idaho Power to find out if they could go look at it. And my understanding is that Idaho Power did send someone out that night. Mr. Tilden contacted me, and he said that Idaho Power came, but he was already tampering with the fence that had been cut himself. And he was trying to patch it back together, which in an emergency, I'm not sure what to say about that. I think it might be the right thing, but he didn't do it correctly. And so when it was patched, the water built up behind the fence, and then it ripped out because he used staples to patch it. And the BMP for patching that fence is to take the post and wrap the post with both the old and the new patch in a way that it can't come unraveled. The weight of the water pushing makes it tighter and tighter and tighter, and that's the BMP fix. But Idaho Power saw him there, he said, and then they left. And so that's my understanding, they left. This is more complicated than just these guys had a system that failed. There's 3 people that have gotten it that are in the 4 that are in the way. Contractor is the one who's the responsible party on the SWIP, our contractor. That's why we make them sign insurance with us. We're the landowner, we have responsibility, right? And then you've got the Idaho Power cutting it, and you have the neighbor messing with it. And that's why the insurance is probably looking into it. I don't know, though, because it's not my insurance company, so I didn't normally think I'd have to go through these details, but there's a lot of concern. You guys have questions. This is the rest of the story as that radio show goes.
Commissioner Davidson, within 30 days of the event, give or take, I had brokered that solution with our contractor remediating, which the Tildens declined. And then we moved promptly into cooperating with the insurance process. And since that insurance underwriting process has been underway, I've stayed in contact with the Tildens. And on 2 occasions, via text message, I have offered to reach out to the insurance company to try and nudge things along. And the Tildens, as of yet, have yet to take me up on that offer, but that offer remains. And I'm happy to help in any way that I can.
Okay, any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So I think, obviously, people are concerned with the drainage and the runoff during the, dependency of the final construction there. So maybe just discuss, and you've talked a little bit about it already, but, drainage and runoff, what you're doing to protect against that while the project is being built.
Chairman Beck.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Davidson, thank you. We've done a lot. First of all, like Darrett said, my project engineer, the next day we started putting together plans to create some additional BMPs. We put in 3 more runs of the silt fencing so that if there was an overflow before we finished the construction of the drainage system completely, that it would hit a silt fence, a first silt fence that wasn't there, a second silt fence that wasn't there, and then we made the proper repair where Mr. Tilden's staples had torn out. We repaired that with a proper repair there. So we had 3 more silt fences just in that spot. Plus we had a face of the project that's really in phase 2, but we noticed the rills, is what they call the little trails that the water makes. We noticed that rills had formed in that area and it's in phase 2. So we took the wattles, which is the straw roll, and we put wattles across that area too. We'd still been using that area, so it hadn't started growing grass yet. It still had, our use, we were still using it. So we just put in those wattles there and secured that area so it couldn't be used anymore. Then we did have a big rain event, as Mr. Tilden mentioned when he was testifying. And we were, one of the things we had done is we weren't allowed to put in the culverts in the road crossings because we didn't have the permit yet. Okay, so we had the grading permit for the roads, but not the permit for the culverts. So what I had the contractor do is take an excavator and just dig where the culvert would go and fill it full of rock. So that if the swale, what had happened during the flood is that when the swales got full of water, because we couldn't put the culverts in that connected them, the swales are designed to slow the water down and absorb it. But because the swales weren't finished, because we weren't done yet, the water overflowed the banks of the swales, and then it ran in the street, and it collected silt out of the street and ran all the way down to our pond. And then it ran and filled the pond up and silted it up with all that silt that was in the road. And then it overflowed because it didn't percolate, because it had all the silt in it, and you know the rest.
Check dams, you got all the plants that you brought in.
Oh, yeah, I got some more, but I want to make sure they understand that so when that next rain event came, and the contractor had cut the crossings in the street and filled them full of gravel so the water could stay in the system, the pond didn't fill up. It didn't fill up. And it hadn't even lost all the water from the first time because of the silt in it. But we got more rain a week later, 10 days later, than we got that other weekend. And the pond, the swales absorbed the water because they now are functioning. They weren't able to function the first rain because we didn't have permission to put the culverts in, and we hadn't thought of the idea of just pretending there was culverts and making a trench. But once we saw what happened, we did that. So I hired a crew of workers, including myself and friends, and we moved 7,000 native plants. Darrett marked out on the ground where the roads go in the future. I brought my tool down on site, and with my team, we dug up 7,000 native bunch grasses, sagebrush, bitterbrush, and we replanted those into the swales where the water runs to help absorb water and slow them down. What else have I done, Darrett?
And they survived.
They have survived even in this heat. Not all the sagebrush survived. but a lot of it did, and a lot of it, I was surprised at most of it. We also planted Idaho's state flower, the syringa, because it's a really hardy bush that will grow in that area, and so we put some syringa in that area, so we have some native bushes that for soil stability, and then we also have really worked hard with our contractor to use and create more check dams than the plan required. I was already doing that. It was not a response really I had already done it by the time this had happened, but anytime I noticed where water ran on the ground and made a little mark, a rill, I put a check dam there anyways, even if it's not technically required. We just did it. So that's what we've been doing on the drainage this spring and summer.
All right, any other questions from the commission? Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Christie, we have some additional documents you need to add to the record.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. So Exhibit number 35 is the trail exhibit that the applicant provided. Exhibit number 36 was Mr. Ruth presentation. Exhibit number 37 was the ACHD letter that Mr. Bunchen provided. Exhibit 38 was Mrs. Bungen's presentation. And exhibit number 39 was the photo that Ms. Lawrence provided. And then you can add my presentation as exhibit number 40.
That the lady brought up to us.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have that for the record.
Okay. And so we don't have any other documents or exhibits that need to be added to the record?
No, Mr. Chairman, not at this time.
Okay. Once again, I will close the public hearing on that.
Weren't the ones that we submitted, were those not added to the record?
Mr. Chairman, the letter, photos, and exhibits from DEQ that Mr. and Mrs. Tilden provided are part of the record. I added those earlier in the presentation as exhibit number 34, just so you're aware.
Okay, all right. Okay. We need to make sure that all exhibits are, and all photos and all are added to the record, so before, and I guess unless there's any other exhibits or photos or anything needs to be added to the record, I will close the public hearing on application 2021-03209 STE Riley Planning Services. And I might add that some of the issues that we've dealt with. One, the applicant was questioning whether this board could add additional restrictions if we chose to for a time extension, and we determined we could. And we opened this back up because we added some additional areas that needed to be discussed, and they've been discussed. However, it's interesting because the applicant is asking for a tabling, and if that's the pleasure of the board, we can do that. But if we add additional information, we'll need to open it up again for discussion, I think, for hearing. So what's the pleasure of the board? Go ahead.
Just as a procedural question as well. So the information that has been introduced today, though, is it, and will be in the record, correct? And any comments we have?
Yes, everything that has been presented to us is now in the record as a specific item.
And there's been sufficient time for public to comment on it?
Well, there has been specific time for like the ACHD letter, because that was just introduced to us tonight. So there hasn't been any time for that to have any public comment. That's for sure. So if we do table this and we bring that up, then we'd have to open it up for that, for sure, on that particular issue. But or any other issues that because as I understand, the applicant was asking to table this to give them a chance to negotiate with the neighbors on the pathways, and I think that would have to be discussed as well, or a public hearing as well, if they got to that, or any other issue that was brought up if we do table it. I guess that's the question. Are we going to do that?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I guess I agree with the applicant in terms of tabling, but from a different reason, because I think the two issues that this hearing was about the trail/road right-of-way, that whole issue, and then the ACHD information, the retaining wall, which is the drainage, which is the whole drainage thing. And I think, from my perspective, I need to have a clearer legal understanding, because in the discussion, in my questions they indicated there was a question in terms of the legal theory, in terms of what the road was, et cetera. I think I need to understand that better in terms of, because there was a question by the applicant, about that whole question, whether we had the ability to make that decision in terms of the road. So I need more clarity on that. So I would be inclined to support a tabling motion for consideration of the things that I just said.
Okay, any other discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So this is a application for a time extension. I don't think this is the best process that our legislature came up with, that you can use a time extension to add additional conditions to a project. I mean, I tend to feel like the time extension is one thing and additional conditions are something else. I think you should be able to reopen it at any time if conditions warrant to add additional conditions or discuss additional conditions. But that doesn't seem to be the process that we have in front of us. Again, I see the two things as not really related. I don't think the conditions have any relation to the time extension. I suppose one question I might have is, can we grant a time extension but also still table the consideration of extra conditions that could be imposed at a later time? And I don't know if we've discussed that previous in legal, or, can staff comment, or is that more on the legal side?
Well, I'd say that's getting a little more on the legal side. I don't think that'd be appropriate at this point in time we don't get legal advice during a public hearing.
Unless it's a procedural question, but.
The procedural question we've already answered, and that is we can add additional requirements on a time extension if the board chooses to do that. And that was one of the questions that we sought a month ago or so.
And I concur with that. We can add additional conditions. My only question is, can it be severed from the question of the time extension? I mean, I'm inclined to grant the time extension based on the evidence we've seen, but then that's also leaves the question of, should we impose additional conditions? The applicant said that they would consent to the first condition in number 10, but they oppose proposed condition number 34. And I have some concerns with that condition. And I don't know if the status of Old Pearl Road would necessarily prevent a decision on that. Maybe Commissioner Daley, could you expand on the condition of the road, or the status of the road? Would that affect a decision one way or the other?
Well, I guess my understanding is their opposition to the changes, to the conditions in 34 are based on the legal status of the road itself and our ability to make that decision in relation to the road. Because there's some confusion in their mind about the legal status of the road, and I think that's where we need to have clarification, legal clarification of that. So I think that's, because that was the real question, their opposition. So if we adopted an extension with these two conditions, that would still be a legal question in my mind.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
That wasn't how I interpreted their testimony. I believe I recall them saying that the status of the road is not even really relevant to whether we impose this condition or not. That we could either grant this condition, deny it, or submit a new one, but really the status of the road wouldn't affect any of those three options.
That's not the way, what I heard. I heard that their opposition was a legal question.
I guess the question is, if we determine, if we table this, have another meeting, determine that yes, Ada County does own Old Pearl Road, does that allow us to do something that we didn't think we could do, or prevent us from doing something that we?
Again, that's a legal question.
Well, and the most important thing, by the way, Commissioner Davidson, is that the applicant has asked for an extension. Because they wanted to work with their neighbors, and I would tend to grant them that, because I think there's a lot of open questions. I mean, one question that really is troubling me is that ACHD letter. I mean, we were asked to extend this based on the approval of the ACHD, and we found out tonight that they don't approve it. So they've got some work to do, in my view, before we could consider the extension. And by the way, tabling it actually gives them an extension, does it not, Richard? Because...
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yeah, tabling does give additional time, but ultimately there still will be a time frame that you'll have to establish.
Right. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would just say, my recollection of the testimony is that they're asking that we just reject condition 34, which would go back to the original condition in the original plan, but if we didn't want to reject this proposal, they're asking, at that point, they're asking to table it to negotiate with the Parks Board to come to a mutually agreeable decision on the trail.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would move that we
I accept the motion, yes, go ahead.
that we table project 2021-03-209-S-TE-B. What would be the time?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, come down to how much time you feel like you would need to get, I guess, legal advice or whatever you're looking for.
Well, they've asked for a time extension so they can negotiate and so forth.
Based on their request and...
Based on their request, I think it'd be at least a month.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you could table it to the next public hearing on September 9th if that is acceptable.
I think we need more time than September 9th, but...
I think we would, I think they would, but
I guess.
When's the next available date?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, looks like the next public hearing after September is October 14th.
Okay.
So I would put that as the date in my motion, then October 14th.
Table till October 14th, and to work out the issues that they themselves asked for, and some of these other issues. I mean, they're going to have to come up with something on that ACHD.
And the road trail question, the ACHD letter question, and then retraining wall question. Those were my three that I wanted. I don't know if anybody else wants any others. And their request as well.
You're requesting that for a legal discussion, those issues?
No, they're going to negotiate it. If there's something that comes up that we need a legal discussion, we can have a legal review on that. So the question, there's been a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, you've heard a motion and a second to table until October 14th. That would be the second next public hearing. And that would it should give the applicant and everybody a chance to have this discussion, because I'm really troubled by this ACHD thing, and I don't see how we can proceed at all without that clarified. Even though it was delivered late, this is not, we do everything we can and everything we should do to make sure that everybody's, that there's due process and so forth. And one could say it was delivered late, but we have it, and we need to resolve it, because we were led to believe that all ACHD has approved everything, and now we see that they haven't. They've withdrawn their approval, so that needs to be clarified. Am I correct in that, Richard?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, it may be helpful for staff if the motion maker and the board can clarify specifically what information you're looking you're expecting to receive back. You're tabling to.
I don't know if we'd receive anything back. The applicant asked to table it so he could negotiate with the neighbors and with the Parks Department and so forth. and we're granting him that time.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm hearing that you would table it to allow the applicant time to discuss the language for potential condition number 34 with Parks Department, with Development Services and other parties, and come back with a recommendation,
And with their neighbors,
and with the neighbors.
yes.
Okay.
And the ACHD issue, because, I mean, that's a big issue.
So you're tabling to allow the applicant to work with ACHD and come back and report on the status of
Yes.
the permits?
Well, and then the whole legal theory on the road, I think, is critically important as well. So we need information on that.
Tabling to receive additional information on the status of
On Pearl Road, because it's.
Because they questioned our legal theory.
It's been established that, it's been presented to us that is a public right, a public road, and we've had objection from the applicant. So we need to clarify that, I think, before we could proceed, if we proceed at all.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I suppose my legal question on the ACHD issue would be, does ACHD's actions actually have any bearing on us to grant or deny? I mean, if.
Well, of course it does, because we were presented with.
Condition of approval.
It's a condition of approval, and that condition has been withdrawn. So how can we do anything if that condition is withdrawn?
Well, if we're talking about granting a if a time extension was granted, but they still couldn't proceed because they don't meet the ACHD condition, I think
They got
they could be
They got plenty of time to deal, they got
bifurcated.
plenty of time to deal with it, I think. Okay. Any more discussion? Any more discussion?
I think we're all tired now of it.
We got a whole other hearing behind us here. All right. All right, question is, shall the motion pass? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you. Any questions from staff? Is it clear?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I believe we've identified 3 topics that
All right.
we can include in the action letter.
All right, good enough. We'll move along then. I will open the next one is, I'll open a public hearing on application 2026000638, ZCDA MSP. Public hearing being open, I'm going to ask Doug Holton to give us a report. Go ahead. Oh, Doug's not here?
Mr. Chairman, I am standing in for Doug this
Okay.
evening.
Go ahead. You're fine.
All right.
You know the ropes.
Yep. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, we are asking that the application be tabled to the September 9th public hearing in order to get final comments from the county engineer as well as the development agreement for the rezone. I will just note that we will correct it on the next agenda, but the designations at the end of the project number should be it should be ZCDAS-V, not what's on your agenda this evening, but we will correct that. All the other notifications that went out did have that.
Okay, I would accept the motion to table to September 9th.
Yeah, I'll move that we table application number 202-600-638-ZC-DA-MSP, Ackerman Estvold, to September 9th, 2026.
I second the motion.
Okay, you've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I see I don't need to open the public hearing on the next one because that's going to be tabled as well, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. We are requesting that that be tabled also to the September 9th hearing so
Okay, I
that the
accept the motion.
applicant can correct
I
said
accept the
posting.
motion to table.
I move to table application 202502-399-AA, Riley Planning Services LLC, to the September 9th.
Second.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's been tabled. Okay, the next item up is, I'll open a public hearing on application 2023-00644 STE, James Wiley. Rachel is up. Oh, you're Rachel, okay?
I'm just going to be everybody tonight, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Apologies. So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we do apologize, but staff is actually going to request that this application also be tabled to the September 9th hearing. We found out very late that unfortunately our system was not being friendly and we missed a few property owners when we sent out the original radius notice. So we do need to table it to September in order to correct that
Okay,
deficiency.
I'll accept the motion.
I'll move to table application 202-300-644-S-TE. James Wiley, with apologies for us making a mistake, to September 9th.
Second the motion.
Second motion, is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, thank you. Okay, now I'll open the public hearing on application, we're not gonna table this one, are we? I'll open the public hearing on application 2026-00965, PCON-V, Bachman Custom Homes. Elijah, you're up. We'll get our staff report and then we'll proceed. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, Elijah Davis, Associate Planner with Ada County. Before you tonight is project number 2026-00965-PCON-V. Is an application for a property consolidation to combine two parcels into one and a variance to be added to the access easement and forego the private road requirements. The property is located at 1275 West Amity Road and contains 5.404 acres of section ground in the Rural Urban Transition District. The property is within Meridian's area of impact. The future land use map of Meridian designates the property as medium-density residential. The surrounding properties are primarily residential in use, with a future subdivision and stub road planned to the east of the property. The following is the proposed site plan submitted by the applicant showing the future plan for the subject property that includes a new dwelling, detached shop, and new septic and drain field. Also shown is the existing access easement that extends approximately 50 feet along the northwest corner of the property. Property consolidation seeks to combine the existing two parcels into one, which would bring the subject property into compliance with the 5-acre minimum lot size requirements for the Urban Rural Transition District at approximately 5.04 acres. However, since the resultant parcel would not have frontage and access on an approved public or private roadway, it would not meet the dimensional standards of the Rural Urban Transition District. Ada County Code defines frontage as a property line along either a roadway or a permanent access easement to a public street that was of record prior to May 20th, 1968, and has been established by a clear chain of title and subsequent recorded deeds. The subject property, either in its current condition or resultant condition, would not meet these standards unless a private road were approved. The current easement for the driveway was not created until 1989, which would not meet the Ada County Code. A variance application has been submitted to be added to the existing access easement that was created in 1989 and to forego the private road requirements. To grant a variance, 3 findings must be made. Number 1, a variance shall not grant a right or special privilege that is not otherwise allowed in the base district. Number 2, a variance relieves an undue hardship due to the characteristics of the site. And number 3, the variance shall not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. Staff finds that the variance does grant a special right or special privilege that is not otherwise allowed in the base district because all properties within Ada County are required to have frontage and access on an approved public or private roadway. The easement that the applicant is requesting to be added to is not a permanent access easement to a public street that was of record prior to May 20th, 1968, and has been established by a clear chain of title and subsequent recorded deeds. Staff finds that the variance would not relieve an undue hardship due to the characteristics of the site because there are no site characteristics which are causing the need for the variance. The applicant has stated that the request for the variance is due to the fact that the adjacent property owners are unwilling to sign the private road application because it would cause each property along the private road to change their address, which the neighbors have cited as a life-disrupting hardship, and burden due to the different institutions that would have to be updated/changed with the new address. Staff finds that the variance is potentially detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare because while none of the commenting agencies indicated any risk to public health, safety, or welfare, comments from the respective fire district, Meridian Fire Department, were not received, and questions regarding fire access, road standards, and being able to effectively locate the subject property in an emergency remain. Additionally, the applicant has not shown an appropriate fire access turnaround on the proposed site plan. The application was transmitted to relevant agencies and neighbors within 300 feet on June 23rd. Comments were received from Ada County Building Official, Boise Project Board of Control, Central District Health, and the City of Meridian. A letter of support signed by the adjacent property owners, Ed and Pat Mauser, was submitted by the applicant. The City of Meridian's Planning and Development Department commented that the city staff does not have any current concerns with the proposal per se, but wants to ensure that the potential future issues are avoided related to the long-term impact to the transportation system and future integration and connectivity with adjacent properties. The city requests that the applicant and Ada County coordinate to plan for cross-access between the subject property and future potential development east and west of the subdivision. This includes the city's request for a condition ensuring that no structures or other potential impediments are located within the path of the future roadway connection/extension from the east. Based on staff's review of the application, staff concludes that this application does not comply with Ada County Code and recommends denial of the application to the board. This presentation will be added to the exhibit and the record, and I will stand for any questions.
Any questions from the board? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair. So did you state that part of the potential harm to the welfare of the community is if they change the addresses, it'll confuse the fire department in case of an emergency?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, it's more of a question about the fire department not commenting at all on the application, and we know that they have requirements as far as roadways are concerned, and so that's why it was labeled as potential, because those were still up in the air.
And so we're assuming that their concern would be that there's not a turnaround road?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, yes.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for the, yeah, go ahead.
The City of Meridian said they had no objections?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, the City of Meridian Planning Department said that they have no objections per se, but they wanted that condition to keep it clear for future roadway access, but the Meridian Fire Department did not make any comment on the application.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead.
So, would we need, if we approved it, would we need to put conditions on some of the things you're just talking about, the turnaround and would that then make it more feasible to approve?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, I think I would defer to Christie on that, if you want to.
I mean, if we put conditions on it, because right now, you don't have any conditions on it because it's denial, you're recommending denial.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, yes. If the board's decision would be to approve this variance request, we would come back with conditions that would set requirements for turnaround signage to make sure that the access was adequately safe for the fire and emergency services to access the property.
And then the access, excuse me, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
and then the access from the east.
Yes,
as
correct.
well.
We would add a term or a condition of approval to keep that area clear in support of City of Meridian's request for future connectivity of the roadway network.
Mr. Chairman, another. So then the numbering of the street number, why would, if this would be a private roadway, why would it require changing the addresses of the neighbors?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, so a private road application, there is a addressing, so private roads get a unique name. They are requesting to waive that requirement, so their address would be off of Amity Road, which the other properties that front on that are addressed from Amity. But the private road would be located on one of those properties. They take access. Your addressing comes a lot from where your access is, and those properties access that existing driveway, which would then trip the need for those properties to change their address to the new private road name. Does that make sense?
Well, no, it doesn't, because, well, if they have an address off Amity Road and they have no access to Amity Road, then why do they have an Amity Road address?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, basically, the road, they would have to create a private road, which would have a unique name that would not be Amity. And that would be the road that they would be taking access off of, not Amity Road anymore, if that makes sense.
Still doesn't make sense to me, but I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't make sense. Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is the applicant here? Go ahead.
My name is Ryan Hardy. I'm the property owner, and I can answer your question, Commissioner Daley, is that there used to be a house there that was built in 1972. That's why it has an address for Amity Road. Also, in the 50-foot easement coming into the property, there's 50 turnaround area for emergency vehicles. But I have prepared a written statement, which I have submitted, that I would like to read. I wish my eyesight was better. So. Consider the property consolidation. The proposed consolidation creates a single 5-acre parcel that satisfies the minimum lot size required for the rural urban transition district. The sole remaining dimension deficiency is frontage. The property has long taken access by means of a recorded 50-foot easement and shared driveway that has served multiple residents for more than 40 years. Approval of the requested variance would cure the frontage access deficiency and allow the consolidated parcel to comply with the Ada County Code 8-66-16. The request is also consistent with Ada County Comprehensive Plan Sections 2.7A and 2.8. As for the variance, no special privilege within the scope of the variance. The request does not seek additional density or prohibited use or relief from bulk standards beyond the frontage requirement in Ada County Code 8-2-7. The related access and related access provisions. After consolidating the parcel meets the RUT minimum size standard, the variance simply recognizes the existing recorded access configuration that already functions as the practical equivalent of frontage. The underlying single-family residential use is permitted in the RUT district. This is not a special privilege unavailable to other properties. It is a narrow dimensional adjustment justified by the unique access history of this site. The undue hardship due to characteristics of the site. The hardship arises from the physical and legal configuration of the property, its location relative to the 1989 recorded easement, the longer established shared driveway that constitutes the only practical access, and the multi-user characteristic of that easement. These are the characteristics of the site. Literal enforcement of the frontage requirement would leave a size-compliant RUT parcel without a feasible path to legal access because the other easement users will not consent to a private road application. The neighbor's concern about potential address changes illustrates why the ordinary private road process cannot be completed. They do not convert the hardship into a purely personal one. A future public road stub on the adjacent Minity Road project will ultimately bring the property into compliance, but the timing of that connection remains unknown. As to no detriment to public health, safety, or welfare, no commenting agency identified any health, safety, welfare risks associated with the request or opposed the variance. The existing driveway has safely served residents for decades. I will submit a revised site plan showing an appropriate emergency vehicle turnaround and will accept any conditions required by Meridian Fire regarding access, turnaround design, or addressing. I further accept the City of Meridian's requested condition that no structures be placed in the path of a future roadway connection from the east. I respectfully request that the Ada County Board of Commissioners approve the property consolidation and variance, subject to the conditions addressing fire access requirements and the City of Meridian's future connectivity language. Approval will permit a lawful residential use on a now size-compliant parcel, preserve long-standing private property rights and the existing access arrangement, and avoid unnecessary disruption to neighboring residents who share the easement. Respectfully submitted, Ryan Hardy. Sorry, I forgot. My address is 2457 North Sunset Farm Avenue, Cuna, Idaho.
Okay, any questions for Ryan? Go ahead.
I don't have, this is a staff question again on the road. So if, I guess both of you, so the address to the, if that parcel there aren't no structures on it now, but if, what is the address of that parcel?
It's 1275 West Amity Road, Meridian.
So I don't understand why you have to change the name. There are three people that are having access to Amity Road that way now. That one does as well. So I don't understand why you need to change the address from Amity Road.
Mr. Chairman.
For anybody.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, once the private road is created, all of the people who would take access off of that road would be required to change their name, their address.
I'm going to step in, sorry. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, so if you approve the variance, that foregoes the private road requirement. None of the properties would have to change their address.
Okay.
It would stay Amity Road.
That
So that's what
clarifies.
they're seeking a request for. Should you require a private road, then that would trip the need to change the name.
Okay, now I understand. The variance would address that issue. Okay. So then that would address the issue of the neighbors. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we have a few people signed up, want to testify. Bob Badman.
Go ahead. Commissioners, Bob Bachman, Bachman Custom Homes, 6400 East Cheriana Lane, Nampa, Idaho, 83634. I just want to take a quick second to reiterate the fact that we will address, obviously, any fire concerns during the building permit process. That is generally when we are told and required exactly what kind of turnaround we will need, whether it's a hammerhead or a roundabout or whatever configuration of emergency vehicle safety. As of right now, the way the lot is laid out with the structures, the driveway into the shop actually works as a hammerhead driveway. And we definitely fully intend to comply with whatever fire, building department, or you guys oppose on us. But just ask you to consider the fact that this used to have a house on it. House was torn down. Our client is just trying to build their dream home on a 5-acre lot and provide an amazing property to your county. So I thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Lisa Bachman. Thank you. David Hannell.
Thank you, Commissioners. Yeah, David Hanna, 1235 West Amity Road. I am the neighbor that's to the north of them. Been meeting with them for quite some time, and their dreams of putting the home here, and we've discussed with them, and we've been looking forward to them building it. And we don't oppose it. We share the road that they're discussing right now. There's been a home behind us till it was torn down, and the previous owners of the property, and why they tore it down. It was a nice home, I don't know. But we look forward to them building their home, and I hear they're going to put in a pool so I can enjoy it too. So we have no objections. So thank you. Any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, yes, so you're one of the neighbors that wants to keep the Amity Road, so that's why you're requesting the variance as well,
That Amity Road, not change it to a private.
and so the variance would give you that.
Correct.
Thanks.
Okay, Christy Hardy.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Christina Hardy. I live at 2457 North Sunset Farm Avenue in Cuna, same as Ryan. We own the piece of property in question, and we are happy to consolidate the 1 acre and 4 acre lots, so it complies with the 5 acre minimum. The problem lies in that this consolidation is triggering the designation of the current access road. We are happy to comply with it and have tried to, but the hiccup is that we're tasked with the responsibility to convince our 2 neighbors to agree to change their addresses. They've refused, and they have the right to do so. And so I don't want to cause any undue burdens on them just so that we can build our house there. So a few things we have done. I have personally gone to the home of one of the neighbors and spoken to them about it, given them the county information, and asked them to call. I followed up afterwards. Do you have any more questions? No, we understand, but we don't want to sign. Our builders also went to their house and talked to them about it, explained, and they just don't think it's, they think it's kind of ridiculous. So that's their right to have that opinion, and so we tried what we could. I don't see any of the viable options but to ask for the exception, which the exception is the variance, I guess. And there used to be a house on this land with an Amity address. The previous owners demolished it. We just want to build another one in its place and reuse the old address. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Christie? Just, so when you talked to them, did you talk about the variance, and they would, if the variance were granted, they would actually be able to keep their address?
We had a neighborhood meeting, and they signed the letter that said, we agree with we want you to have the variance. So we want you to have the exception. We do not want to change your address. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes.
So that's what they didn't agree to the...
They do not want to change their address. They're afraid it will harm their social security. They're in their 80s, and they are afraid that the Idaho Power will think that they moved, and then they're going to have to get a sign up fee and other fees because of. I just think it's complicated for them, and so they said, no thanks.
So they would agree to the variance, I guess.
They signed one that we submitted, the one that they talked about. We submitted in advance.
Okay, so that I just wanted to clarify, they're not opposing your application.
So they're opposing what the county is asking.
Okay, thank you.
I know, it's confusing.
Yeah, that I just want to make sure that was clear in the record as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Josh Collins?
Good evening. My name is Josh Collins. I live at 5050 South Linder Road, which is not adjacent to the property, but is one of the ones pictured there. I am speaking tonight in support of the variance request for Ryan Hardy and his family. Our community has seen hundreds of acres of farmland sold off and turned into dense subdivisions over the last few years. As a direct neighbor, preserving the rural character of our area, the 5 and 10 acre lots, hobby farms, and agricultural roots is deeply important to me and to future generations. Allowing the Hardys to rebuild a single family home with an ADU protects this land from being sold off to high density developers. Regarding access, this property has successfully used the existing dirt lane and easement for nearly 40 years without issue. Requiring a new private road adds unnecessary hardship when the existing lane already served a residence prior to it being torn down in 2022, like they discussed. Allowing to build their home and shop ADU on this lot continues the historic low-impact use of the land and preserves the rural community we value. I urge you to approve this variance. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else in the audience wish to speak on this issue? Come on up.
Hello, my name is Angela Borgerman. I live at 1215 West Amity Road. I am in favor of the variance. I moved there when there was a house back there. That lane has continually been used. The trash truck goes up there every week, turns around, comes back down. The lane's always been very well maintained and has never been an issue. I don't see a reason to have to rename it and go through that hassle.
Okay, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else? Come on up.
Hello, I'm just another neighbor from 5100 South Linder, just a couple of properties behind them. Ditto to what they're saying. I'm in support of the variance. There's no reason that they should not be able to access that property the same way it has been for, well, 25 years that I've been around, so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, no one else? Any documents you need to add to the record?
Mr. Chairman, yes. Exhibit 24 will be the staff presentation, this presentation. Exhibit 25 will be the support letter from Hannah. And then Exhibit 26 will be the applicant's presentation. Exhibit 27 will be the support letter from Ann.
Okay, thank you. All right, no further application, no further documents or need to be added to the record, so I will close public hearing on application 2026-009565, BCON v. Bachman Custom Homes. The application being closed, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
I'm inclined to support the application based on what we've discussed, and I guess if we do that, we would have to approve it, then table it with and I guess the conditions, again, to clarify in my mind what we need to do it. The access, the turnaround, what else would we need to put in the conditions or
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, anything that you can provide to Elijah to include, but I think he'll cover the topics that have been discussed, turnaround, keeping the future extension of the roadway that Meridian's interested in, but anything else that you've identified based on the testimonies that were presented tonight, you could include that in your motion. But yeah, you could move to approve, give him direction on conditions to add, and bring back with the revised findings, and then table to a date certain. We'd probably recommend September 1st.
September 1st?
Is that an open business meeting?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready for a motion then.
I'll accept the motion.
I move to approve application 2026000965-PCON-V based on the findings, facts, and conclusions of law, and table it to the September 1st meeting so that the staff can revise the findings, fact, and do you have enough information from the discussion of what we want in the findings? Thank you.
Okay, is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, moving on, we have, thanks for coming out. Okay, I'll open a public hearing on application 20250-2461A, Kobe Richardson. The application being open. Christie's back in the barrel.
I know you missed me, it's
Oh,
okay.
yeah. Go ahead.
Give me 2 seconds. Listen. Hey, Austin. Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, Christy Enselman, Development Services Community Planning Manager. The application before you is 2025-02461-A. The applicant is seeking an appeal of the planning and zoning approval of the same project named conditional use and master site plan for an outdoor only event center with agricultural education events such as with pack goats and horses and small ISDA certified raw milk, dairy, etc. The site is located at 13999 East Highway 21 and contains approximately 44 acres. The screen here, the aerial shows the approximate location of the property. I wanted to give you a nice big blown out view of where that's at. You can see it's adjacent to Lucky Peak, just regionally where we're at. This is the access point to Lucky Peak as well as up here. Okay. The appellants are Mr. Dirk Markham, who's adjacent property owner, as well as Mr. Whitehead, and I believe his grandson, who live a little bit further down on Highway 21. So in this exhibit, you'll see Mr. Markham owns property immediately adjacent. It's approximately 108 acres. That parcel does not have a dwelling on it, but it is in agricultural use on a good portion of the property. He also owns 242 acres on the north side of State Highway 21, and there is a single-family dwelling on that property. And then there is a small little property, it's like a 2-acre piece that is owned by Mr. Markham's son, immediately adjacent to the subject property. Mr. Whitehead's property is a little further down on State Highway 21, and that is approximately 31 acres and does also have a single-family dwelling on the property. With this exhibit, was wanting to show the existing driveway locations and the distance from the next item. I believe I get into more of the distances. So the driveways in purple is the site access to the event center adjacent to the Kimberlite Ranch. It's in green. I should have used a darker color. I apologize. On this screen, it doesn't look as good as it did on my computer, I swear. The appellant's driveways are the ones in red. There is a trail parking that is closer to Mr. Whitehead's property, and that is at the orange dot. And then there are other driveways along State Highway 21. Oops, it wants to go, I swear. Sorry, this little screen keeps getting in my way. Here on this slide, just a couple more just blow-ups of the proximity of this event center to the appellants. That top image is from the existing driveway for the event center to Mr. Markham's residential property, and that is approximately 1,200 feet away. Mr. Whitehead's driveway is approximately 5,000 feet away. Most of the driveways from the event center to residential homes along the corridor are anywhere from 1,200 linear feet to the 5,000. Oh, it's being such a pain to me. I also threw this up on the screen as well because it is in hillside area. As you can see in outline, this is the subject property for the event center, and where they do not have hillside is the area immediately adjacent to State Highway 21. The vast majority of the remainder of their property is in steep slopes. This is a site plan that was submitted with the original conditional use and master site plan application showing the location on the property of the use. Again, the applicant is not proposing any structures as part of the event center. As you can see down in that corner, that this is just the front part of their property. It's where they're proposing to hold ceremonies. In the copse of trees is where the receptions would occur, and then their parking would be most adjacent to State Highway 21. So in the materials provided by the appellants regarding the concerns over the event center and why they are requesting that the board reverse that decision from the planning and zoning. I gave a brief summary on the slide of what those are. The more detailed letter is in the file. They do predominantly identify that they believe that the use is inconsistent with the rural preservation zoning. Concentrated gatherings, they believe, is fundamentally different in scale and intensity from the low-impact agricultural, residential, or resource-based uses contemplated with the zoning district. They believe that the venue will increase traffic noise, lighting, and continued human activity, not consistent. They did highlight they believe there was a concern over the spread of invasive weeds and noxious plant species, a concern of setting a precedent for similar or expanded commercial activities in the rural district, concerns over potential negative impacts on nearby wildlife, lack of a formal fire district, and then another concern over a nearby liquor store potentially. Event centers are allowed conditionally in the rural preservation district. This was transmitted to a bevy of agencies who provided comment. If my slide will listen to me today, I think it's tired. There we go. So some of the, I'm just highlighting some of the key agency responses that we received. Most notably, this was transmitted both during the conditional use application as well as this appeal application. Idaho Department of Fish and Game both times provided an email saying that they had no comments on the proposed use. Idaho Transportation Department, since that is a state highway immediately adjacent to the site and has jurisdiction over access, they provided comments with regards to a need to submit a right turn lane warrant analysis and then make some changes to the existing driveway onto State Highway 21, potentially the need to reduce the size of the berm to increase sight distance, and then evaluating if safety becomes a concern in the future. Apologize, we did get this as a late exhibit. I'll provide you a copy. The original applicants received a letter back from Idaho Transportation Department. In your packet, the original applicants did complete a right turn analysis, and we did receive a letter back from ITD. And I just wanted to highlight that while ITD's letter does say that the right turn analysis did include review of Saturday trips, Friday and Sunday were not. So they will require a separate analysis. They would need to submit to ITD to specifically address those 2 days to do a right turn analysis on trip generation for those 2 days because they do fluctuate. And but they did state that on Saturdays, the right turn analysis, they agreed, did not show a need to provide that. I know I kind of went through quickly, but with regards to the concerns from the applicant, it is consistent with our zoning designation. We do allow conditionally event centers and have approved them in the Rural Preservation District, including one just up the road on State Highway 21. ITD did not express, included in this letter as well, did not express concerns with the number of traffic that the use would generate. With regards to noise, we do have conditions of approval in the original approval that do address noise when it comes to a use such as this. They are only proposing the use to be from May to October, Friday, Saturday, Sundays only, and only during limited times. The applicant is not proposing to add any lighting to the site. They would have some string lighting and pathway lighting that are like solar lights that they would add, but no permanent lighting are they proposing to add to the property. And then, so staff recommends that the board deny the appeal request and affirm Ada County Planning and Zoning Commission's approval for project 2025-02461-CU-MSP, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you. I had a question. Is a part of their condition of approval from the Planning and Zoning Board that they comply with the ITD requirements?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yes, that is a condition of approval that they get approval for their access with site distance and the right turn analysis from Idaho Transportation Department.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Go ahead.
What was the concern about the liquor store?
Mr. Chairman, it's in their detailed letter. The concern was just that there is one nearby, and the applicant may be able to speak to this more eloquently than I, but I believe their letter, they just felt there's a potential for not good behavior with there being a liquor store nearby.
So it's a store, not a bar?
I believe it's Hilltop is what's closest. I'm not aware of one within a mile. That was what their letter stated, but I believe they are referencing Hilltop.
Okay, all right, any other questions? Okay, thank you. Is the applicant here? Well, they're the applicant, they're applying. Cody Richardson, Dirk Markham, and Gerald Whitehead. Are you speaking for all three?
At this moment, yes.
Okay,
If
go
there's
ahead.
Spare time. Time permitting, Dirk might have some additional information to add.
Well, you can collectively take 15 minutes.
Okay, yep, sounds good. Good evening, my name is Kobe Richardson, and I will be speaking on behalf of all parties involved in the appeal of the approval of 202502461-CU-MSP. Before, I'm just going to give a quick overview of the appeal letter. The in-depth information that can be found in the appeal letter itself. But before I do that, I wanted to start with some opening statements. First, I want to clarify that this appeal is specifically about the proposed commercial wedding venue, not the owner's agricultural activities. I also want to clarify that we are not against business or the ranch operating successful business entities that do not impact traffic, public safety, or wildlife. We are not opposed to agricultural or educational activities. In fact, we believe those uses are very different from the commercial wedding venue that is subject of this appeal. There is no objection of any degree from any of us to small-scale agricultural activities such as agricultural education, goat and livestock education, horseback riding. They even mentioned some farm-to-table dinner gatherings in the past. Those are all small-scale agricultural activities, or any other similar group agricultural activities consistent with the area's rural character. During the original hearing, the conversation shifted toward the broader vision of agricultural education and community building, while the actual use before the county was a commercial wedding venue capable of hosting up to 150 guests. So most of the testimony that was given at the initial hearing was focused on all these community building events and things of that nature that were focused on smaller groups, providing a taste of rural life to city folk, things of that nature. The conversation wasn't focused on the fact that this includes a 150 guest capacity wedding venue. These uses should be evaluated separately because of their scale, their intensity, and potential impacts are substantially different. Horseback riding with a family is a lot different than a 150-person wedding. With that said, I will just kind of run through a brief summary of the appeal, clarify some things. For starters, the main topic was the rural preservation zoning. The rural preservation designation is intended to protect agriculture, wildlife, recreation, and the rural character of an area. While some of the agricultural activities discussed in the initial hearing align with these goals, a 150-person commercial wedding venue is fundamentally different. The concern is scale and intensity of the use. Concentrated traffic, noise and lighting, large number of people, and reoccurring events. That is the main concern with this. There needs to be a separation between a 150-person wedding venue and the small agricultural activities with goats and whatever else that they have at the property, horseback riding, things of that nature. And then on top of that, we keep saying 150 guest capacity. How will this permit limitations actually be enforced? It seems unlikely that the county will regularly be on site during events to verify that guest capacity, vehicle counts, and other operational restrictions are being followed. I think it's pretty fair to say that that's just not realistic. The burden of enforcement falls on the owners themselves and the neighbors that are affected by these restrictions not being followed. And I can speak on behalf of all of us, this is not something that we want to do. We are living where we do because we don't want to have, we want to have our own private property, our own, keep to our own happenings. We don't want to have to face the consequences of potentially stretching the limitations that have been set because there isn't a formal way of enforcement. The next topic was public safety. Keep in mind, this is safety for all of Highway 21 travelers. So when they're referencing entrances to the highway in relation to our driveways, it's not just about us. Of course, we are affected by this traffic, but it also relates to everybody else that travels along this corridor. Highway 21 already experiences significant recreational traffic, including boats and trailers, commercial trucks, motorcycles, cyclists, pedestrians. During the initial hearing, one commissioner did note that traffic throughout the Treasure Valley is something that we just have to deal with because there's a lot of people moving here. It's something that's increasing. Traffic everywhere is increasing. While some level of traffic is unavoidable, that does not justify adding a new concentrated source of traffic to an already heavily used corridor. The comparison between general traffic throughout the Treasure Valley also overlooks the unique characteristics of Highway 21. The recreational traffic, people traveling to Spring Shores, Arrow Rock, campsites on the north, middle, and south fork of the Boyce River, hiking trails, four-wheeling trails, etc. There's also towing vehicles, boats, camp trailers, toy haulers. It's a higher speed rural roadway. The posted speed limit on this highway is 55 miles an hour. This is not a city road with a 30 mile per hour speed limit. The issue isn't simply whether Highway 21 can accommodate some additional vehicles, it's whether adding regular concentrated event traffic during peak travel times is appropriate for this particular location. I understand that traffic study was conducted to determine the effects of a wedding had on Highway 21 traffic. However, I believe it was a singular study, so I could be wrong there, and I will admit if that is the case. If there were multiple done, then great, but I still believe that it fails to capture the full picture. The study is not large enough sample to represent every weekend of summer. The ranch was also aware of this study, meaning they could strictly enforce guest and vehicle count. Not lastly, but the next topic was wildlife. I want to be very clear on this. Our position is that increased human activity should not be characterized as improving wildlife habitat. During the initial hearing, comments were made that improvements to the property and existing human activity were benefiting wildlife, and that wildlife is regularly seen on the ranch. Seeing wildlife on the property today does not establish that regular large-scale events will have no effect on wildlife over time. Even a few weddings that have already been hosted do not fully reflect long-term impacts. The key question is whether a reoccurring commercial wedding venue is compatible with the wildlife protections and resource preservation goals of the RP designation. A wedding venue does not ultimately provide benefits to surrounding wildlife. I'm aware that Idaho Fish and Game did not make any comments on this proposal, but that does not mean that a wedding venue won't have negative impacts. Idaho Fish and Game, their job is to provide definitive stats that are related directly to the survival rates of wildlife, which they claimed could not be done in this situation. So they weren't able to provide, hey, this is going to kill this many elk or whatever, deer, pronghorn, whatever else is in the area. That's why they're not making comments. They are not saying that this won't have any negative effects whatsoever. That is not the statement that I personally spoke to a representative at Idaho Fish and Game. And they also did recognize that the resident elk herd that stays in the area year-round and other resident wildlife, and acknowledge that wildlife will most likely avoid the area during increased human activity. This is what wildlife tends to do. They avoid people. So if there's a wedding going on with 150 guests, animals will most likely move from that area. And sure, they have other places to go, but our point in the appeal is that why should the wildlife relocate at all, considering the designation for the zoning designation of this area, which is to protect wildlife, not burden them. The final topic that I did include in the appeal letter, I think got misinterpreted by some individuals. I brought up the discussion of property rights that was brought up in the initial hearing. Some of the commissioners at the initial hearing focused heavily on property rights in determining how they voted. All parties involved in this appeal fully support private property rights and respect the owner's desire to use their property. We do not have an issue with that. We have come to the board to raise concerns about the general public, not just us. Everybody that's traveling along Highway 21. This is a concern for everyone. However, operating a commercial for-profit wedding venue requires a conditional use permit. The question before the county is therefore not simply whether the owners have a right to use their property. The question is whether this specific use is appropriate for the specific location. That requires consideration of zoning compatibility, public safety, wildlife, recreation, rural character of the area. This is not an approval or denial of this is a approval or denial of a conditional use permit, not determining whether or not a property owner has the right to use their property. I just wanted to form that clarification because that seemed to be the kind of what swayed everybody in the first hearing was, well, I support private property rights, therefore we approve it. Everybody, I think, in this room supports private property rights. That's why we're in the great state of Idaho. That's why we live where we do. There's no question about that. But I wanted to bring to light that this isn't a discussion of property rights. It's a question of a permit being granted to allow them to host large-scale events and weddings. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the board to reverse the approval of conditional use permit 202502461-CU-MSP. Thank you for your time and your consideration of these concerns. And with 4 minutes left before questions, Dirk, would you like to add anything at this time?
Go ahead.
I would like her to show the map that I sent you and some of the pictures. So we can point out a few things. Commissioners, Dirk Markham.
Okay.
Can you state your address for the record?
14364 East Highway 21, Boise, Idaho. Yeah, when she gets the pictures up, and this last time she was talking about driveways, and she didn't mention the son's driveway at the lot right next door that we're planning on a grandson living at. And it was their driveway originally, and then when they were gonna build one residence, the owner before, I decided it was okay to share the driveway. Their driveway is up the road, the one that was built for that property and there. They have a gate there. I sent her pictures today.
Yeah.
You got my one picture?
Yeah,
You
these
get-
are what you sent me. Just
Okay.
let me know how you would like me to.
Okay, so see right there in the picture, you could stop there. See, my son's lot is in red to the left. That's gonna be my grandson. And the original owner was only gonna have one house there. Okay, and I decided, seeing the red up there is their original driveway that's paved in by the highway department, which has good visibility up the road. Right now, we've got other pictures and it goes into where their parking lots are and all their stuff. It'll detriment the value of that property. Nobody's gonna wanna live next to an event center that's happening all hours of the day and night, going in and out all the time. So it devalues all my property. And they said in the hearing before, there was no evidence of anybody's property devaluing. And it is there, it's hurting me. But they have another entrance they can use. I mean, for safety factors, for all kinds of, in Ada County, they don't even allow in a subdivision 2 driveways to be adjoined. Everybody has their own separate driveway, safety for all the emergency services and everything. They also stated, so we can go on to some more pictures here, you guys, because the pictures really tell the story. Here's looking up from their lot up the road where my driveway is and they've been using that they want to enter. You can't see any visibility for 300 feet. Okay, go to the next picture. Okay, this is going into our lot. I've had a gate there, and this was a foundation to a residence that burned down, and so they were my grandparents' farm workers that lived there. And it was the original lot they gave to them. And so it's my son's lot now, and there was a foundation there in their driveway. So we got a gate, our driveway, and it was there. We were sharing it with one residence. Okay, now we want to have 200 plus cars coming in there and people coming in there, or I mean, 100 a event. Next picture. So that's just going into the property and seeing they're using a little narrow road there, and you were looking up the road with no visibility or access really in that property. Next picture. Okay, so this is a dead elk today, right there, that's 300 feet from the driveway that got ran into. Okay, next picture. This is their access driveway right there. It's paved in. Next picture. And it's got a good vision all the way up the street. There's their gate that was their driveway. Original paved entrance, good vision up the road. Next picture. And that's a picture of all the paving to that driveway. Okay? Next picture. Thank you, Christy. This is right, that driveway, when you're coming down the road, this is before it. I took an angle picture. They have a big sign up on the barn right there. So this is where they should enter the property because everybody would see the big sign on the barn and you turn in there. So this is where they should access their property because it's away from mine for safety. There's no vision down the road. Next picture, Christy. So this is down the road before their barn. It's straight all the way to there, and you can see the access into there. Okay, next. And that's just another picture down the road. See that corner down there? That really depicts the corner with the trees where you're going around to try to get in the driveway. No vision down the road if somebody was passing going down the road. And there's double lane cars coming up the road all the time. Next picture.
Sir, your time's expired. Could you wrap it up for us?
Okay, and so it devalues our property. We don't want events going on the weekends especially, 3 days of the week, half the year, all the traffic. It upsets all of the wildlife. And you know, the 150 guests, there's 20 in the wedding party, there's 10 for the event people. They set up tents, they set up dinner, there's food service, and they come and go all week. There's bathroom services that go all the time. It's just all these reasons that in this area, we're 5 generations there, that this should not be done there. I'm fine with all their farm activities, everything that goes on there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any questions from the board? No? All right, thank you. Okay, we have some people signed up that wishes to testify. Is there any, I have, let's see. I don't know.
We want to hear from the original applicant first.
No, they're just get to oppose the application.
Well, I mean, the original person who,
Well, we could hear from the person, I guess you say they're a respondent, but the application that was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission, I think you're welcome to give a presentation first, and then we'll take comments. So whoever that would be, is that you, Dale Leroy?
Mr. Chairman, perhaps Mr. Warnke and Ms. Richter were the original applicants.
Okay.
Would be the best response.
All right, they could go ahead, if you'd go ahead and give us your.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner and Commissioners. I appreciate you and the time that you spend. I've been super impressed with the whole process of how kind Christy and her office has been and helpful, because we're intimidated this whole thing. It's intimidating and it's confusing, so I'm grateful. Ripple Ranch is about rippling out kindness to the world. That's what our theme is. This is our late in life bid to make a difference in our community. And the beautiful thing about kindness is it's contagious. And when we fill people with kindness, they take it back to the city. And we feel that's part of our mission. And so when we have people up and teach them about regenerative ranching or goats, I have about 1 million followers online. I teach people how to raise goats and do homesteading and regenerative ranching. And it allows me to take the city people, whether they're for a wedding or they're there for raw goat milk or they're there for a horseback ride, to also teach them our theory of stewardship of the land. And we don't really see ourselves as owners. We see ourselves as stewards, and being stewards, we have a duty to share. And there's a beautiful thing in weddings. People are filled with all the things that are interesting to us, and we get to know and we get to help them together and have a beautiful event. So it follows through in the theme for us, and it means a lot to us. The actual area where the weddings are is extremely encapsulated in our trees and surrounded by a forest. So it's a very low impact in terms of where the actual space is. And the other thing I want to mention is that we are legitimate ranchers trying to make our living that way. And without diversity, it's very difficult to make money off of animals and food nowadays. And so things like having the horseback riding and having the wedding and event space preserves that land for us to continue to do our work in the regenerative ranching. And we need these options, and at the same time, we're exposing people from the city to our rural lifespan. And I think somebody has to share it. We're 22 minutes from downtown Boise. Those people need to come out and get a cup of love and see how land is taken care of and be taught about chickens and cats and horses. We feed almost 100 animals a day there. So out of the spirit of just time, that's all I have. And if you have questions for me, I'm willing to answer.
Any questions for?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
So with your current operation, what's the average daily attendance?
No real attendance other than horseback riding during the week. We have, 1 to 2 riders a day maybe. And I would say goat milk customers are probably about the same. We milk about 12 gallons a day, and people come from clear in town, so they'll buy 5 gallons at once, and we sell frozen. So they'll take it home and fill their freezer. The average wedding are usually parked in our area. If we have a wedding I believe the survey that they did, we had around 60 cars come for a 150-person event, which is the largest event we could have, and they were spread over a huge amount of time. Start showing up at 3 or 4 and span clear to the time span. But the traffic survey will break that up better than I can. I don't have that off the top.
So you've already been doing weddings?
We had a temporary use permit, correct?
Okay.
Yeah. And so the neighbors have had a chance to interact with it and understand like noise and impact and how many cars and that sort of thing.
How many weddings have performed on your property?
Tricia and I were married there, and then we had 2 others with friends last summer. And then we've had, I think, 5 this year so far. Yeah, and our closest neighbor, Bob and Carol, they live the closest, and so they'll be good ones to speak to in terms of kind of whether they're hearing things or seeing an impact of that sort of thing. So it's hard for me to speak on their behalf.
And you're not requesting any amplified sound or additional lighting?
No, but we have our own, when the couples like to dance, but, the neighbors, as far as the feedback we've gotten, they haven't heard any of it. So it's not like we have, giant DJs going all crazy and stuff. And we require a certain amplification that they can't go above.
Okay. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, the number 150, is that you're anticipating weddings this large, or is that just a maximum number you thought of and the average wedding would be smaller?
Our average wedding has been 70 to 90. Most people that want to have a ranch wedding seem to lean in that direction. That's just what we've seen so far. So I guess I could only comment on that. We had, the traffic survey was done on one that was 148. And again, the neighbors have had that impact, seen that impact. And again, the traffic use, the show up times, were all very smooth. We had no issues and no squealing brakes or close calls or anything even close to that. And that was when the traffic survey was in place. So that was very close to our maximum capacity.
And can you discuss again what the hours of operation, times of the year
So
are going to be?
It's May through October, which, to speak to the wildlife, we're in a mule deer wintering range, right? So the animals primarily move in there in the winter. So luckily we're on the inside of that. So they show up after October and they leave before May. So in terms of the mule deer and elk, that's outside of that range. And I believe our hours of operation are 3 till 10, is that correct? Which that is the time with the noise ordinance where everything has to be shut down and quiet. And a lot of guests, because we have a lot of older guests as well, these are a lot of they leave early. That weddings don't all stay to the end. People leave as it kind of goes. You guys have been to weddings. No, it's not like there's a group that goes at the end, but that's the smallest group. They kind of slowly head out throughout the night. So we spread out traffic, both arrival and departure.
And how many events per year were you requesting?
Just the ability to do them on the weekends for the months that are on the permit. But the wedding time frame is really only spring. There's a peak time where people have weddings. My wife can speak to that timing better. I'm not a lady, I don't follow that stuff as much, but it's in the cool months in the spring, and then I believe the other key month is September because it's cool yet no rain. So they have a tendency to want to try to stay out of the rain and the heat. So it's all kind of in a 6-week time frame. Like, we haven't had a wedding for a month. We had one on August 8th, and we hadn't had one for a month.
Okay, any more questions?
Thank you.
All right,
Yeah,
all right,
thank you.
I have some too, if you.
Hold on a second.
Sure.
You need to give us your name and address.
I'm sorry, I'm so nervous. Mark Warnke, 13999 East Highway 21, Boise, Idaho, 83716.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
have some questions?
Yes, I have some questions too.
Sorry.
Not getting away so easy.
Yeah, that's okay.
It says weddings and agriculture to include. So do you have any other things besides weddings and agriculture?
I have a request right now for the Montana Fires Association. What I'm known for is pack goats. I invented the saddle and the tax and the equipment to use a goat as a stock animal. So that's kind of where I'm followed. They want me to teach their wildland firefighters how to run goats as a remote rescue. So they're bringing in like 8 people who are going to be their satellite herdsmen, and it's stuff like that. Those agricultural events are all really small. Farm-to-table dinners, really small. The only kind of large impact is the wedding, and again, the majority of those are also kind of small. So to use the words large scale, I think is just not accurate. It's they're usually around 70 to 100, 70 to 90, and 40 cars and that sort of thing, because they figure it 2 on 1, but we've seen less than that. If we have 90 people, we need to be prepared to park 35 cars, that sort of thing. It seems like a 1 in 3 because people carpool up there.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
So the majority of your events are not weddings in essence?
I would say that it's a diversity and who knows kind of what it will continue to be. Our goal, again, is to have community, have people be around regenerative ranching and farm-to-table dinners so that we can bring community together through different themes. So I can't say that I can speak to exactly what, those things will look like in the future. Currently, farm-to-table dinners, small events, and weddings is all that's on the plan. And I'm 55. I don't want to work that hard, right? I'm working too hard as it is.
And how long have you lived there? How long?
5 years, and I was raised in Melba, Tricia, and Meridian.
And I noticed on the map that shows the land ownership, Fish and Game has on the other side of the road as well as beyond your property.
Mhm.
So you've seen some of the wildlife transfer across the corridor, correct?
Of course, yeah.
So, and have you had any, in your 5 years, have you seen any kind of interference that you would see they would avoid where you are because of that?
No, because we're the luscious place in the area. Our river bottom is that if you look at the map, how it spreads out, there's no big trees above us, no big trees below us. We're the settling point of all the water from the ground in the valley. So we stay green the longest. We house tons of songbirds. We have hundreds of hummingbirds. When we bought the place, the previous couple didn't think, I don't think they had the energy or the time to regenerate the land. We have an aggressive composting strategy. And so the goal of a regenerative rancher is to have the land take care of itself, and then only using animals to help to kind of steward how we guide that. So our lack of noxious weeds and our commitment to that, and the amount of greenery in our area is anything but an attractant. When we bought the place, I say it tongue in cheek because it's doing a disservice to the previous owner around the home. She built a beautiful garden around the homes. We turned the rest of the land from grasshoppers and weeds to a beautiful paradise. And if you walk down in that creek bottom, you'll be shocked at how green and lush and beautiful it is.
So the wildlife really likes.
No question, we've attracted tons more. The amount of quail in the bottom, and we even do things like have brush piles to allow the cottontails and the quail to be able to protect their babies. We're mindful of all of it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes.
How much milk did you say you produced on a weekly?
At peak, goats kind of do this, and the milking season, about 12 gallons a day is what we're a smaller operation. We milk about 14 to 16 does a day.
Do you milk the goats?
Now I have a lady from, I have a lady who came from New York to learn about goats from me, and she stayed, yeah.
Oh, and then you sell the milk.
We do, yeah. Raw goat milk's incredibly healthy, and we have a lot of customers. And again, every customer who comes, they're not allowed to get milk from us until they get a tour. We show them the whole operation. We let them meet the girls, all that stuff.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, all right.
All right, thank you then.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, fellas.
Now, did you want to testify as well? Go ahead.
My name is Tricia Silsby Richter, and I want to thank you for hearing us today on this appeal. And I just want to say that I would really want to ask you guys to uphold and support what Planning and Zoning worked really hard to offer us this permit, and realize that, I do respect the fact that there is the ability to appeal based on, legitimate grounds. I do feel that it's possible to worry about those things, but I did want to just make one comment about the animals moving through. On our land, you'll see the 44 acres on the green map, the green section shown on the map. Those animals, they do move really high on the property, through our property, and then they move down through Dirk's farmland. So when they're moving through, they're moving up on the highest spot, so we can see them on the regular, moving from the top of our property down into the neighbor's alfalfa field. So I just wanted to make a comment on that. And that we actually will put and open our fences for them to move through so they don't, mess up the fence. But, so yeah, and I don't know if you had any questions for me, but I just wanted to come up and.
Oh, fine. Any questions?
Say thank you.
Any questions? No, thank you. All right,
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready if you.
go ahead.
Mr. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Dave Leroy, P.O. Box 193, attorney at law, Boise, representing the applicants.
You tried the goat's milk?
You know, I have tried goat's milk, and my wife loved it.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, 3 points only. Number one, this is a beautiful ranch, a great stand of trees, beautiful wedding venue that is simply an overlay on a working ranch, particularly valuable because it's immediately adjacent to the urban area. And I would make 3 points only. The record here has come to 350 pages. The Planning and Zoning Commission at its findings of fact, conclusions of law, page 10, checked off that we meet the comprehensive plan, checked off that we're appropriate for conditional use permit, checked off that the master site plan is appropriate, and checked off that we meet the definition of a event center. We ask that you deny the appeal and simply sustain the commission. Point number two, you heard the concern of the applicants, and I'm sure they're well-meaning, about how regular, how large-scale, how intensive this is, how the public safety is challenged by the traffic. We have had that traffic study that's referred to during an event on June the 13th at approximately 3 p.m., a contractual wedding event with 148 attendees, as we replied to you in our response to the appeal, was conducted by ITD's contractor. And the findings were this: an eastbound right turn lane is not warranted. The existing June, July weekend traffic on Highway 21 is well below the base capacity of the roadway in both directions. There are no historical records of any crashes at the existing driveway intersection. And the maximum wedding size, 148 in this case, generates only 33 trips during the peak arrival hour and 18 trips during the peak departure hour. We're going to have a study apparently with ITD on Friday. We're going to have one on Sunday, and we'll meet all their safety conditions. But this is not some accident waiting to happen. And finally, your ordinance 8613 allows you to take new evidence. And you've had a little new evidence today, if I may approach, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
As to the driveway issue, in fact, there really is no shared driveway. The driveway shares a paper that's approximately 50 feet wide. But the driveway, as you can see from the red mark that extends the property line out to the roadway, though the apron is 50 feet wide, the driveway itself is entirely on our property. And as you've heard and perhaps did not discern, there is no residential structure currently on that 2-acre parcel to the left of the picture. It's simply an unimproved area. So I would suggest to you that the driveway issue is a non-starter, and again, ties back into the ITD traffic studies, and anything and everything will have to do with them in terms of the apron. We ask you to sustain the commission below on this 350-page record, and I'd be pleased to stand for questions.
Any questions? Any questions?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
what do you feel is the standard of appeal? What should we be considering?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Commissioner Davidson, I think that to reverse the commission below, though the city has waded into that issue recently with the Idaho Supreme Court, you should find substantial and compelling reasons that there was either a misstatement of the law or that somehow a fact so significant that the commission either overlooked it or misunderstood it, it compels you to act. I would hope that part of having a commission do the work of preparing most of a 350-page report would be to generally sustain them in all matters unless there is such a compelling finding. So whether you call it beyond a reasonable doubt, whether you call it beyond anything in particular, I would suggest that there is absolutely nothing in this record that shows a gross error by the commission of either fact or law. And in that case, this commission should sustain that regardless of how you phrase the burden.
Okay, any other questions?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there any, or have there been any issues with Lucky Peak traffic at the height of the season, backing up down the highway or just affecting the traffic patterns? What's that like?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Davidson, I'm unaware of any kind of issue in terms of traffic, and that's the purpose for these ITD studies. Not only did we have a preliminary study that was attached to my July 9th document that I filed rebutting the arguments that were raised in the appeal, but we supplemented that with a full study that looked at, on a June Saturday, arguably the height of the season, when Lucky Peak was in full bloom, and it found those statistics that I suggested to you, that the traffic in those peak hours when we were operating was well below the capacity of the highway. No accidents have ever been recorded there, and the stretch that this particular ranch is on, as you might have been able to discern from the maps, is over the hill from Hilltop Cafe, 0.6 of a mile down the way in a largely straight stretch that slightly curves, and then continues on down to the Lucky Peak Bridge, perhaps 2 miles down the road. So it's in that downslope with no reason to back up, either with traffic turning into and going west to Hilltop Cafe, nor any reason to back up from the bridge or turning into Lucky Peak over that bridge. That's 2 miles away. Hilltop is 0.6 of a mile away.
Okay. I might, you brought up the Supreme Court decision. There's no relevance at all to this case, by the way, because the city of Boise, they had concluded a number of years ago that their Planning and Zoning Commission was definitive unless they could find some rational basis to overturn it based on the law or the relevant facts. Ours is not, and most planning and zoning commissions are advisory. Anything is appealable to this board.
Commissioner, I concur with your legal opinion. I think it was the victim of its own ordinances in that regard.
They were, and they ultimately changed the city of Boise ultimately changed their ordinance.
Which simply underscores the wisdom of Ada County.
That's right. I agree 100% with you. Okay. Any other question? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Counselor, Mr. Clark.
Okay, we now have some people that want to talk on this. We have one online. Are they online and waiting to talk? Get them. We'll let them have the first bite. We can start taking testimony from others while you noodle with that, okay? All right. All right. Jay McCall.
Thank you, Commissioners, for letting me speak. My name is Jay McCall. My address is 1111 South Orchard Street here in Boise. And I am the founder of a small nonprofit called Bridge of Grace. We provide companionship and connection to seniors through kids in the community, through artwork and intergenerational connection. And I just wanted to shed some light on the possibilities that are available to nonprofits that, Mark and Tricia not only love the land and love the animals, but they love this community. And for groups like mine that, we do our events, we bring kids together with seniors, and it's just magical, and it's a beautiful thing, but we're restricted in the places that we can do that. But for the most part, we do it we've held them at Touchmark and at, Morning Star, we're going to go to the terraces, but the opportunity to do this in, just a beautiful setting that not only, helps educate both the kids and the seniors about ranching and goats and the land. It's a beautiful thing, but what happens in that intergenerational connection, when you bring people, kids and seniors together like that, it's literally magical. And the fact that these guys have a heart for the communities the way they do and would, offer us the opportunity to hold events there is, honestly affects the community on multiple levels. So I know there's been a lot of talk about weddings and some of the environmental stuff, but honestly, there's opportunities here for us to love people and impact the community because of their hearts and because of their willingness to share. So I appreciate you letting me, take the time, but I do hope I work with Janet Miller, who's head of the Idaho Commission on Aging. I work with the Idaho Fine Arts Academy, some of the artists and the kids there, and there's a whole section of people, behind me that support us, that are hoping and praying that this will not be disallowed. And so I hope you will, deny the appeal.
Thank you. Travis Johnson?
Commissioner, I believe we figured it out.
Okay, you got it? Okay, let's take Jeffrey Swanson then. Swanstrom.
May not be at his computer currently.
All right. Well, if he's watching this over on YouTube, he can get to his computer if he wants to testify. Let you know. Okay, Travis Johnson?
Yeah, he had to go.
Okay,
Take
fine.
care of the goats.
Peter Henderson?
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Peter Henderson. I reside at 114 Johnson Creek Road, Boise, Idaho 83716. And I just wanted to come here tonight and share with you my perspective on the Warren Keys and the Ripple Ranch. I am an arborist of over 25 years, and they have invited me to the ranch multiple times to care for their trees. And they've also given me a tour of the property, and I've also gotten goat milk from them, and it does taste good. But I just wanted to share a little testimony to the care of the land, and also to let you know that I drive the Highway 21 corridor on a daily basis, and I don't feel like, a wedding event in the middle of the day or in the evening is going to affect my drive or commute or make me any more unsafe. That's all.
So you oppose the appeal?
I do oppose it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Jared Smith?
Commissioner, I believe they're back. Yes.
Okay.
Also, my name is Jared Smith, and I'm in support of the ranch.
And you oppose the appeal?
I do oppose.
Okay, thank you. We have Jeffrey Swanstrom online then.
Messaged and said that he is ready.
Okay, get him on.
Might be having some technical difficulties on his side.
Technology.
Tell him to unmute.
So much fun.
Well,
People always forget to take themselves off mute.
Yes, I'm not sure why he's not.
okay, Doug Potter?
It's actually Dan Potter.
Okay, Dan, I'm sorry.
That's all right. My address is 251 East Tate Court in Grantsville, Utah. I actually met Mark by buying a couple of goats a few years back, and I've come to work over here at Micron as an electrician, and since I've been up here and I stay throughout the week and I go home on the weekends, I volunteered my time because they're such great people. I work a day or two a week to help them out because I love their cause, I love what they do, and I'm not getting paid for it. It's just they're great people, and I love to help them out. And to make a couple of comments of things that I noticed that's going on. One thing I noticed is that everything that they have is about 100 yards from the road to their event center and their parking and all that kind of stuff. So I don't see that it's going to be any hindrance towards wildlife traveling through that are even out of season and stuff like that. It's just, I mean, another thing that I looked up is that you take Yellowstone Park, which averages 2.5 million visitors over 3 months, and people go to see the animals, the bison and the bears, and you know, there's tons of vehicles and tons of people and there's tons of animals. I don't think that they're going to be with their 70 cars, you know, every few weekends doing an event to be a hindrance. I do see that whether they do a farm table and they have people there that their neighbors are okay with, or a wedding, if they each have 100 people, what does it matter if you have a wedding with 100 people or a farm to table with 100 people? Should they be able to discern whether they like one thing or don't like the other? It seems like you shouldn't be able to, and they should be able to do what they want, and I don't think that it interferes with things as well. So, yeah, that's about all I have to say, but I think it's a great thing, great for the community, and try the goat milk. I love it.
Okay, thank you. Tricia Silsby Richter? Oh, you already did, okay, sorry. Tucker Wonka.
I won't be speaking, but I oppose the appeal.
Okay, thank you. Jake Warnke.
I will also not be speaking, but I oppose the appeal.
Thank you. Chris Verhecht.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a unique perspective here. I've known Mark for over 30 years. When he first purchased the property, I saw the before. I went to a wedding there, his wedding, and I can tell you that it flowed really well. My unique perspective is that I know the Keto family, right? Scott Keto of Nampa is my dentist. They have the wedding venue on the south side of Nampa overlooking Lake Lowell, right? I've known them for 20-plus years. I talked to them in the process of them starting this venue, seeing what their ambitions were and how big a thing it could be. I know the Wood family in Canyon County. They live off Chicken Dinner Road. They're trying to make a wedding venue. I also know a gentleman in Dallas, Texas, that has a ranch, and he does weddings there of super scale. When Mark told me that he was going to do weddings, I mentioned him that I knew these people and what grandiose things they were trying to do, and Mark said, no, this is subtle, right? This is a ranch, this is an operation. He said, you know me, you know what I'm about, this is along my lines. And so the appellate's concern of 200 cars showing up for a 150-person wedding certainly is bad math to begin with, right? But it's you know, God love him, he has the right to appeal, but I know what the Warnkes are up to. I've known what they do. Additionally, I used to be a hunter, and I know that wildlife is in the hills in the summer. They come down when the snow. So I've been to this property, you know, countless times over the years, and you really only see animals when he's not asking to to run weddings. So I don't think there's a concern there. I pull in and out of his driveway with no problem, and I don't think other people should. And I think you'd like goat milk, so. Anyway, I stand for any questions. My name is Chris Verhey, 2243 South Cross Creek Lane, Boise, Idaho, 83706.
Thank you.
No questions?
I guess, nope.
Thank you.
All right. Karen Verhey.
I don't need to talk, I just want to oppose the appeal and tell you they're great people. It'll be
Thank
great.
you. Chair Carpenter. Okay, thank you. Carla and Larry Arnold.
We're fine.
Okay. Todd Freer.
No comment, I oppose.
Okay, thank you. Melanie Lewis.
Yeah, Melanie Lewis, and I also oppose, and I won't be speaking.
Thank you. Jesse Chapman.
Jesse Chapman, I also oppose.
Okay, thank you. Scott Whitney.
My name is Scott Whitney. I live at 11303 East Highway 21, which is a little ways down the highway. So I'm pretty familiar with the whole area and the traffic and the wildlife, and I don't see the problems with those being as big as what was presented earlier. So in general, I oppose the appeal.
Okay, any questions? Thank you. Do you have Jeffrey Swanstrom on the line yet?
No, he hasn't responded yet.
Okay, well, that concludes the people that wanted to testify. Is there anyone else that didn't sign up? You would like to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, I missed the sign-up sheet. Russell Martin, 4601 East Wild Horse.
Okay.
I take horseback ridings at the lessons at the ranch, and I've just thoroughly enjoyed my time there and the people, and I also tried goat milk for the first time there.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Now we had one in the back wants to say something.
I oppose the.
Okay, thank you. We had one in the back wants to say something. Go ahead.
Excuse me for a moment. My voice, I have some medical issues going on.
Okay, go ahead.
The name's Bob Hackwell. I'm at 12995 Highway 21. I'm the adjacent neighbor right next to Mark and Tricia. Through their events and stuff, we've not been impacted whatsoever. They've been a pleasure actually to have as neighbors. We work together well. We actually have a couple fires. The gentleman you're waiting to talk to online, we've put 2 fires out on his property before they really got out of hand. We saved his fences. Mark was right with me the whole time, so it's just, I couldn't ask for a better neighbor, actually. Like I say, it does not affect us whatsoever, any of the events that they've had. And like I say, it's just been a pleasure. Any questions?
Any questions? Go ahead.
Chair.
Go ahead.
So what do you mean we put out the fire? Do you guys have?
We actually have our own fire trucks.
Okay.
Because we're in that area where we get wind and we get fire. And this, we think, was started off of chains. And I actually smelled it from the yard when I smelled it, and we seen it. And by the time I got up there, they were up there. We've also had cigarette starts. And then we had the big fire that came over the hill 2 years ago from, I can't remember the name of the fire, but we stayed up all night, and it come down on us that night about probably 3 o'clock in the morning. And Mark was up there first before I even got up there. Like I say, we were actually on this man's land, and we saved all of his fences and, tried to do what we could to keep it from getting onto our side of the road too. So
And so this area is not in any fire district?
it's not.
And so do you have, is there a neighborhood plan, a fire plan, or?
Me and Mark have a plan. I bought a brush truck and he bought a brush truck. And so we're set up and we communicate. We've got radios so we can talk about, because we're a ways out of town. It's gonna be on us before, we've got a plan to try to push it around us before it can get into us, so.
And are other property owners coordinating on?
Not really. I have no problems with any of my neighbors. I love the Whiteheads. Markham, I have no problems with any of my neighbors. Like I say, we just are not impacted by this whatsoever. We
I was
get-
just curious if there's like a neighborhood volunteer fire
Well,
association or
right now,
something
it's
like
just
that.
me and Mark, you know, so, but, yeah, he pays me in goat milk.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Karen Danley. I live at 34 Burnett Lane, Boise 83716. I wanted to address three things. One, the venue that Tricia and Mark have developed is completely in respect with the nature around it. It is absolutely beautiful with every natural way that you could possibly take into consideration. Number two, there's a question about Hilltop. It is 1 mile away, the Hilltop. It is a grocery store. I mean, it is a liquor store, yes, but it's also a restaurant and a gas station, for clarification. And Lucky Peak is 5.6 miles away, the main turnoff to Lucky Peak. So it's, I just Googled it, just so you know, it's 5.6 miles away from their turnoff. But I also support denial of the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Carol Hackwell. I am their neighbor at 12995 East Highway 21. We're in that little house on the left there. So we share that fencing right there closest to the event, and we have not been impacted. We're not impacted by traffic. We're not impacted by the events. So, and I oppose the appeal.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right. Come on up.
I'm Taylor Hackwell, also a resident at 12995 East Highway 21, and I can contest it has not impacted us at all. Tricia and Mark are great people, and I support them. I'm also a wedding photographer, and I've worked events there, and I'm thoroughly impressed with how they have everything set up. So, also the goat milk is fantastic, and the goat cheese. And I oppose the appeal.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Is there anyone else wishes to speak before we allow the applicant to do a rebuttal? Okay, no, okay. Kobe, Dirk, or Gerald, you're entitled to yeah, you are the appellant, you're entitled to a rebuttal.
We have 5 minutes here?
Yeah.
Okay. For starters, again, this is about a 150 guest wedding venue. I am in full support that they are great people, that they are building a community, they are doing all these things, that everybody's testifying for them for those reasons. But again, we're getting off topic here. It's about a 150 person wedding venue that is May through October, all days of the weekend. So I just want to clarify that. And then to supplement, he brought up supplementing the ranch and ways of living. There's other ways to build capital. There's many other ways. Obviously, he's smart. He chose weddings because they are extremely profitable. I just got married a year and a half ago, and let me tell you, I am still pissed about how much money I spent on this damn wedding, okay? It's not cheap. It is not cheap. There's a lot of money in weddings. And
she's worth it.
Yeah. I'm willing to bet also that he will book out every single weekend. I promise you that. When we booked our wedding, we were on a waiting list. We could not find a wedding a wedding venue in the Treasure Valley because there are in such high demand. So don't be fooled by that either. And the area is already shared. It's shared with the city and the world. Some of the best access to the best fishing and hunting in the world. Lucky Peak access, Arrow Rock access, there's river access, campgrounds, there's plenty of access. So saying that they're providing a place for city folk to go to, that's already there. That's been there. And let me tell you, it's getting used. And then the whole wildlife thing, there is potential for overlap with winter range. I'm not saying that the majority of the deer and elk that use it as winter range aren't going to be there. I'm saying that there is potential for overlap, and again, you're putting an unnecessary burden on wildlife. And it's a belief that's plaguing our culture in my eyes, that people think that humans and wildlife are like, can hold hands. It's not the reality. I've been a hunter for over 20 years. Every time you put a stalk in on an animal, what does it do? It runs. It doesn't hang out and try to make friends with you. Also, just because they're up in the hills doesn't mean that they're not going to be able to hear sound. It's a valley. So they are going to be able to see, hear, and know what's going on down at the ranch. I had quite a few other points, but I do want Dirk to get his time. Last thing I will say is that this traffic study did not account for the trailhead access at the mine trail that is just about half a mile up the road. There are cars that park along both sides of the highway, so there's people crossing the highway. There's cars parked from all the way up into our property, so it's about a quarter mile of cars at times. This traffic study covered one instance. This does not account for all the different flow of traffic, the recreational activities that take place. You know, obviously there's going to be down days, but there's going to be up days. So you're introducing a risk. That's the problem here. You're intentionally introducing a risk rather than saying, why add it if we don't have to, which we don't have to. So that's kind of where I'll leave my testimony, and I'll let Dirk do what.
Okay, Christie, could you put my map back up on there? Because this one leaves my lot off there. That's borders and the driveway, and ours was there for 70 years. He's only been there for a few years. The one with the full picture, just like you had before, that showed my lot next door, the driveway, as he was implying, no use. I showed you
This
the
one?
foundation.
Is that the picture? No.
That was the
Yeah.
other camp's
Markham?
picture.
Okay.
Mr. Markham, are you wanting the photos that you sent to me?
Yes.
Okay.
And talking about property rights, that, and everybody agreed, talked about that earlier in the last meeting. So now go back to the other one. You can see there's no visibility there within 300 feet. Go back, 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 back. Hold it. One more back. Go one more. Okay, you can see my lot there is on the driveway, and we've been there forever. You saw a foundation there. There was a house there. He says there's undeveloped. Well, it's developed. You can get a building permit. We can't share that driveway. Okay, so in this picture, down there in the corner on the other side of the creek, you can see cars parked in front of a trailer house, or a house down there that people lived in and live in all the time. Okay, you go up here and there's a trailer with a cover built over it illegally. People live in it. There's another trailer up by the house that people live in. There's another trailer back behind that shed right there that people live in. There's only supposed to be 2 people living there. It's illegal in Ada County for all those people to live there. And they all have lived there. I got pictures all through the winters, dated. You guys should have them from the other issue. I don't know how you reward somebody that's done so much stuff illegally forever, and he was having events before. You reward him with letting him do this. He exaggerates. See all the big trees there? If you look down the creeks everywhere, all those trees, he won't let me on my property, and I have the most water rights in the whole valley there, all the way down. I irrigate 100 acres. The reason it's there is him and his attorney won't let me on the property because they're diverting water there and stealing water. So, I mean, it just goes on and on. When I hear all this lovey-dovey, kissy stuff,
All right, well,
it just gets old.
okay, well, do you have any other comments about the actual application?
Well, he needs to move his entrance over, because even if you're gonna, you pull out and you're gonna leave, you're gonna turn right. Say a car's parked here at an intersection and I'm gonna turn right. I can't see up the road. So our driveways shouldn't be in the same place. Our access to our property, our lot there, has been there for 70 years since the highway was built. And for him to just take it over and the attorney saying, I have no right or no access there, it's wrong.
Okay. All right, you can wrap it up if you want. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, he's got a question for you. Commissioner Davidson has a question for you.
Have you contacted code enforcement about any of your concerns?
They told me everybody to, but I was gonna see how this turned out. Now, everybody told me I have to police it myself. So now after this, I'll make sure I have cameras and pictures, and I'll call code enforcement daily if I have to get them up there to take care of all the illegal stuff going on.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And you already got records of no permits on things, getting variances. You've got pictures of the indoor event center that's all decorated and that, and they call it a machinery barn. I mean, it's unreal. And they've advertised people sleeping there, 25 people can spend the night.
Okay.
I don't know how far they're gonna go.
All right, thank you.
Commissioners, we still haven't been able to figure out what the issue was online, but Mr. Swanstrom conveyed to me that he is in support of the idea and he owns the property just across the street from the applicant's property.
Okay. All right, good enough. All right, well, that concludes our hearing, and I'm going to ask you, do you have any other documents you need to be added to the record? Oh, no.
I am so sorry. It was the chair, not me, I swear.
It's getting late, I know that.
That was not a signal, I promise. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yes, I need to add 3 to the record. Exhibit number 21 is the letter I provided you from ITD. Number 22 was the photos that Mr. Markham provided in his presentation. And then the image that Leroy provided is exhibit number 23.
Okay. All right. So we've got all the documents for the application. With that, I will close the public hearing on application 202502461A, Colby Richardson. Okay, this application is an appeal of a planning and zoning decision, and everyone has a right to do that. And this is what this application is about. So the question is, shall we accept the application or deny it? If we deny it, the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision will hold. If we approve the application, then it will overturn the Planning and Zoning decision. Is that about right, Richard?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so it's now before the commission. What is the pleasure of the commission?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Question for staff first. Just curious on any of the fire questions that came up. It's not in a fire district. Is there anything in the or conditions of approval requiring fire safety?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Davidson, it's a very good question. I would have to pull those up and take a look at them briefly to answer that question.
Then another question, just regarding what I heard relating to parking on actual Highway 21. Did we have anything in the application regarding parking on the highway? Or are they required to park in the parking lot?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davidson, they would be required to park on site. Parking isn't allowed along State Highway 21 there, I believe, because it creates issues.
So if people are parking there, it's not within the rules?
No, Mr. Davidson, they would be required to park on site. They have a parking area identified on their site plan and would be required to park there.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Go ahead.
As I recall, they were talking about parking further up the road, not at this venue, but I think that's what they were referring to, not at this venue.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I move to deny the denial or deny the appeal
Deny the appeal.
on application 202502461-A, Kobe Richardson, based on the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and what we've heard this evening.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, you've heard a second to the motion, and that would affirm the Ada County Planning and Zoning Commission approval, correct?
Correct.
All right. Okay, any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion,
I'll discuss. I think
Go
it's-
ahead.
I think we probably have to discuss it some before we vote on it, but I did think there was good arguments on both sides. And I do think any issues with character or this or that, yeah, it's not really relevant. All we're here to really discuss is the impact of the wedding venue and the increased number of people that are on that side. I think that's what we would be limiting our discussion to. Just going over some of the concerns submitted by the appellant. Concerns over the spread of invasive weeds and noxious plant species with increased activity. Did not really see any evidence of that. We've approved these things in the past. I don't recall hearing complaints afterwards about noxious weeds being spread in a similar situation to this. Concerns the approval would set a precedent for similar or expanded commercial activities in the rural districts. Unfortunately, or fortunately, however you look at it, that we've already created that precedent. This is kind of a semi-common application we get for people with vineyards or other agricultural properties that do want to supplement it with a larger meeting space. Although in most of those cases, we're talking about an additional structure being placed on the property. The thing I like about this one is they're not proposing any structures for the wedding, which I think keeps it more in the tone of the rural character. Concern over potential negative impacts on nearby wildlife. I can't say I heard any compelling evidence demonstrating that there would be any serious impacts. Again, we could speculate that there could be some impacts, but again, I think the appellant is really asking us to speculate when we didn't hear from the state, Fish and Game, or Department of Ag, which one of the two. They didn't comment on this. And then, of course, when I'm looking at the aerial photo of the venue, when you kind of get a scope of how large the property is and then how small the area for the wedding ceremony and the reception is, I mean, just to me, that stands out because it's a tiny little section of the overall property. Concern over lack of a formal fire district. I think there's always concerns with fire. That is a valid concern. I did appreciate hearing evidence that the applicant and the neighbor do have their own fire truck and coordinate on their own fire safety. The concern over traffic, I understand that. I can't say I found it overly compelling because we know that there is already a lot of traffic going to Lucky Peak, and especially during the summertime, and I didn't really see any evidence that an additional 100 or so cars on the weekend would have a substantial impact. Concerns with the noise. We didn't really hear any testimony that there's going to be any extreme amplified noise. We've heard from surrounding neighbors that they have not been impacted by noise or lighting or the continuous human activity. I guess, and then the final question is this consistent with the rural preservation designation? Obviously, that's a subjective opinion, but I didn't see it as being fundamentally non-compatible. It's still a working ranch. People who are going to the wedding or going there to experience sort of the overall ranching lifestyle that happens there. So I think that, to me, that kind of covers the main issues brought up by the appellant, who I think did a good job arguing, but in order to overturn the P&Z ruling, I was really hoping to see more substantive evidence, and I just don't think I saw enough to overturn their decision.
Do you have anything to add?
Just not to prolong the time, but just go back to the record and look, and I think the original applicants, their presentation, and Mr. Leroy's presentation, I think, kind of summarizes, I think, why I said the findings of fact and conclusions are supported, the denial, they supported the the position, the motion that I made up.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I'll just close out with saying, the original applicants, they've obviously heard the testimony from the neighbors, and, certainly would hope in just the spirit of keeping the peace and being neighborly amongst the community, that if there's any way that the owners can at least work with the neighbors, try to address some of the concerns, try to just, get along as best you can for the good of the community up there. Obviously, the government's not going to compel everybody to get along. That's really up to the citizens here to work as best as they can to get along and have peace in the neighborhood. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, thank you. You've heard the motion. The question is, shall the motion pass, which is to deny the appeal? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Is there any other business that you brought before the commission? We are adjourned. Thank you.